Doing it live, which is somewhat the point.
Yep, that's the whole point, isn't it?
I thought so,
I'm
but
fairly
I
sure.
don't know. Who knows? 2020, maybe new meta is actually to do it offline. Good evening, everybody. How's we all doing? Evening, Mr. Textbar, Farrell, Mr. Mr. Spacebar.
Evening.
Yep.
Welcome back to Mars.
Yavanu, welcome.
Please have your passport handy when you debark from the plane.
Yeah, thankfully, I don't think that's the thing we need to do. I can't see Port Authority here, but I suppose if there is any, we're probably it. Which is
Seems
kind of
totally
scary in
reasonable.
itself.
Roger that.
Good evening, everybody. Happy New Year. Welcome to 2020, the first stream on YouTube since, and Textfire is outside already greenling. Look, spotted.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Didn't even wait for it to start.
I'm functionalizing.
Oh, is that what they call it these days?
Depends.
Yeah, he's made up his own word to try and... there's got to be a name for a condition like that, where you just, like, you make up a word to justify the condition you've got.
Believe that is called... I don't know. It's got to be something close to hypochondriasm. Being a hypochondriac.
It's that sort of idea. It's connected on those lines, isn't it? So, have we a plan for today, sirs? Short of survival?
I was going to unload my rover. Beyond that, I was just going to play it by ear.
Fair enough. I know we were making some progress on the second base. Sort of small outcrop last time, starting to work towards mining potential.
Yeah, I guess that's my question is, should I unload here or should we start putting our stocks over there?
What on earth?
Like
Oh,
all
right,
this, all these power cells and glass and whatnot probably should be over at the construction site, should they not?
Yeah, we kind of ended up last time with a big long journey, didn't we, to go and grab back at least some of the stuff from that wreck we had.
Mm-hmm.
This is my
Did a big
car.
caravan trip.
I mean, I can unload it here or I can just drive it over there. Over there to the ice hole. I mean,
Yeah, I
ice mine.
don't know. What have you actually got? That's, I guess, is the bigger question, because some stuff is needed over there, but not everything.
I have 1,500 glass.
'Cause I think we've just
make
got
that
like
1,700 glass. I have one girder, 2,000 steel plates, 560 solar cells, 62 power cells.
guys asking about like Sunday survival and streaming with Shaq and so on. Much like Saturday nights, which is what this is, has always been my series and something that I do. Sunday nights is Shaq's series and something that he does. So what goes on with that is nothing to do with me. I know I attend, but I'm not the one that decides what happens when we do it or anything like that. So sorry, but if you want info on that, I'm not the guy to help. I know no more than you fellas. Potentially less.
We think Shaq knows, to be honest.
Well, yeah, it may well be a case that I know no more than Shaq does. But, yeah.
Hey, look, the ceramic plates are different in inventory. Are they fixed in production?
Don't go and check immediately. That's not fair.
What?
You're
Poor
supposed to be
guy.
pleasantly surprised.
Immediately go and see if living Clockwork's done his homework, basically.
He did it! Yes, sir! Attaboy! Well done, sir. Thank you. Oh, man. Have I mentioned lately that I love the modding community that we have at our...
Yes, they were sort of desperately trying to help me out earlier as I continue to try and do things that I don't actually know how to do. Make an absolute mess out of it. Progress made. Let's just say I started off earlier, about 4.5 hours ago now, trying to get 3 mods to talk to each other by building a wrapper mod that would help communicate with all 3 at once. And half an hour before the stream started, I was reduced to just trying to get a mod to say hello when I said hello to it. And I did not succeed that either.
I think it's traditional, though, that you have to have your mod say hello world.
Yeah, that's the problem. You missed a word.
True. It's not the typical, but yeah. I also, there was a bunch of interesting suggestions in the comments, and one of them was regarding the vehicles pulling to the left.
Yeah.
And in particular, that it can be potentially fixed by repainting the wheels and causing them to do a grid refresh.
Boy.
Okay.
Well,
that would not surprise me, to be honest.
Feral, I'm about to back up. So
Yeah, I
guys,
thought
do
for a
not- do
second,
not
like-
make any sudden.
What the hell? And then thought about it for a little longer and went, actually, that kinda does make a little bit of sense, sadly.
okay, but I guess it makes sense to you. It doesn't really make sense to me.
What, with the whole...
Aside from
Because when you paint
me.
something, it updates its grid position. But yeah, I meant sort of sense within the confines of Space Engineers, not sense in any
Space
normal
engineers sense. I'm
use
with you
of the
now.
word.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Especially because I'm like, are you supposed to try to paint the wheels on the fly then? I mean,
No, I mean it is right though. I mean, every time you paint something, it updates the grid.
yeah.
Yeah, they may not have been updated since. Well,
I don't know, Spacebot. I don't know.
I would think they would have been updated since we got here, but maybe they. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, maybe it's a world load thing too.
Oh shit, thank you, Joel. Well, happy birthday,
Yeah,
man.
probably.
And more importantly, good luck, dude. I know how
I'm
tough
willing to give
that
it a
is,
shot, though,
and
in the name of
fingers
science.
crossed for you. Keep us updated. I'll be interested to hear how long you've been going and how well that's been going, because if
me
nothing
do
else,
that
it can be a bit
right.
helpful to have someone else
Oh,
like
God.
intrigued in
And,
your progress
I got
too.
on my seat and Space
Good
Engineers
luck, mate.
crashed. That's a good sign, right?
Thank you very much for that.
Usually.
Yeah. More than
Business
anything
as
else, I
usual.
think the luck is the bit. Power through. Gonna be worth it.
Yeah, I think we need a better, more convenient cargo connector here. Because this is kind of not in a good spot.
What is
Joel,
this?
Hard to
that's
get to.
awfully... Well done, sir. Well done.
Who is responsible for the rover that's parked over here? With
I needed a way to charge it.
the most
Don't judge
Space
me.
Engineers possible solution to this problem ever.
I think
What
I'm
do we do
rather
about
proud of that one.
it? We just
Oh,
build
that
another
one.
connector on top.
Instead of involving a lot of a shit pot of pistons and other things and rotors and stuff that would make it all go horribly clang, I just put a higher connector on it. It only needed to go up one block.
Space Engineers, where cobbling stuff together is the best way it's done. Fabric cobbling.
Fabric Goblin.
Hey, that's nicked. That's stolen from AVE. I can't claim that one. Oh, hang on a sec, Tex. I think you're forgetting that at the end of last stream we did come over here and these containers are completely full already.
Yeah, because we went and scavenged that.
Yeah, but I figured I'll use all the glass to finish the windows that aren't finished.
Quite possibly, and a lot of what this is full of is steel play.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, most of what I've got on board is actually building material and everything here.
Oh man.
Kicking off most of the food.
Finally, K Watt caught the beginning of the stream. I didn't know if he was ever going to step up.
Like the Textfire as the Greebling Goblin. Now I'm just picturing like Textfire as like Space Engineers version of Smeagol. My
Oh
precious.
no! I need to have like my little flying thing where I throw bombs at Spider-Man and you go. Ah!
Oh dear. Alright, that went.
You're gonna die, Spider-Man.
I would have to say good luck with that with the wind, because the one flying vehicle we have on this planet does not work well at all, so have fun with that. I'll be standing safely about 3 miles away for when you crash.
I gotta have my hover engines first. There's no way I'm gonna make a flying a Greebling Goblin craft without something like that. 'cause-
You're gonna need more science for that, my friend.
Yeah.
We have to make our way to the alien planet or something to get hover engines now. That's pretty future tech.
That was actually not a serious request. That was just a smart ass comment.
I'm already having power issues with this thing. Oh,
And this is where Tex goes dark side. What makes you think I'm going dark side? Maybe I'm already there.
I was about to say, what makes you think that text already wasn't?
Well then, that's information I shall hold close to my chest.
It's not like I announced it just to the whole world.
Oh,
Come to
I
the
was
dark
thinking
side.
more.
We've
Oh.
got cookies.
Whole world except for a certain group of people. You need that much more windows for this. Not that bad. Although I'm guessing you're probably going to de-greeble some of it to put more windows on, aren't you?
I was going to start off with the windows I actually had in there before I went any further.
I know how to stop him greebling. Said it's spinning an admin locket.
oh, Keen, in your wheel settings.
Okay, so did we decide on a location for the actual mine itself? Because I know we've got a spot that's 1.6k away. Were we okay with that?
I prefer to have it right there by the base.
That's like
Filling
halfway.
directly into it, but that's just me,
Yeah.
maybe.
That was just halfway between.
Well, how about on this flat
Well, we can go
plateau that's
closer.
slightly
that-
down the hill from where we currently sit? I'm going to go and build an ore detector and base it off that.
Oh yeah, that's what I need.
If
An
you're
ore
having
detector.
issues with the stream
Officially
being a bit
painted the wheels.
If you're having issues with the stream being a bit slideshowy, guys, it's because I'm using the ultra low latency mode, which means that I can interact with chat much quicker, but it requires a lot more bandwidth on your end because a lot more of the processing is being done on your end. So you may have to drop the stream quality down one notch below where you'd normally watch stuff in order for this to work. I'm not dropping anything on my end, but yeah.
It is no longer pulling to the left. It is pulling to the right,
So
but not badly.
And that could just be
Interesting.
wind, honestly.
yeah, probably.
Maybe. It's not. There's not much wind, but then again, this thing is not exactly low profile.
No, you had to try and pronounce the name. Isn't that just going to be Christian? As in,
Christian True.
I wasn't going to do the second part, but that to me sounds like maybe Danish, that sort of area.
I was about to say Dutch or something like that would be my guess. Is it? Are we right?
Thank you very much, sir.
Happy New Clang Year, indeed.
Yeah, exactly, Moldart. The low latency definitely does work. What did I come back to the base for? Ore detector.
Oh. Apparently I painted them the wrong
Estonian.
color.
Ooh, way far. Way far
The,
off. Okay, well, hopefully I didn't butcher too far.
Estonian. Oh wow, okay. I'm not big on what is that entire family of languages called? I'm just drawing a blank. Slavic?
Oh, Adam. Very, very
I don't
generous
offend
of you,
anybody,
mate.
so if
Stream looks pretty
I'm
sexy
not
on
gonna
your end. Nice.
guess, really.
That's what I'd hoped for. That's what I tried to do, at least. I spent a bit of time on it, but... yeah, thank you very much, dude. Keep you saying, well, if you don't mind my asking, what do you do, sir? Hopefully nothing too terrible.
I have arrived.
Okay, where?
Where you are.
Why are there 3 different azimuth ore detectors?
In
The
case
better
one
to
breaks.
dribble you with, my dear.
I bet it's different strengths.
Whoa! Okay, roger that. That ore detector goes in the middle of the vehicle and not on one side then. But the ore detector on the entire thing started twisting to one side. Like, okay. That's heavy there. Oh, blooming hell. That many parts for a small ship. What?
Yeah, I bet it's probably got like a 500-meter range or something.
Okay. Week 1 it is. Even that's got a lot of parts in it.
There's one if you want.
I want a slightly increased range one because the standard small ship one's awful.
There is a strong one on the side of that refinery module I built. It was basically there for us to use. So if you want to pull that off, oh, you're at the other base though. Never mind. It's a strong one.
Oh, ambulance service. Well, cheers, mate. Doing the good work.
Sorry, ambulance service. What?
That's Adam. He was just saying thanks for keeping us sane tonight. Guy's work's a nightmare, and yeah,
Oh man.
working in the ambulance service, so a nightmare for him is not quite the same as a nightmare for anybody else.
I won't say the Q word. I don't know if that's universal, but we don't say that word. But I hope
That's
that you manage to successfully make everyone that you meet an SCP.
It's universal even in IT. Do not say that word in IT. Someone said that word 2 days ago at our organization, and yeah, regretted it.
So that was the Thursday then.
I have absolutely nothing but for respect for those in EMS. Which, despite what I was told, I do believe is actually does not stand for earn money sleeping. Because, frankly, all the paramedics I know don't ever get to sleep on a shift, so.
Can I just say this is probably the most annoying thing to get into in space engineers?
What is?
This place. Spinny thing.
I don't know why he's insisting on spinning it while we're building it. I'll be honest.
Because I said I know how to stop you from creeping.
Nope. God.
Where
I
there's
was
a
working on
text,
the
there's a
windows,
way.
and then I came around and somebody had already finished all the damn windows. All right, I'm out.
Well, because I saw that they were there and I had glass with me, and
I'm working on something else.
I just welded them up because they looked like they needed to be welded. I mean, does all of this stuff in here need to be welded?
Well, yeah, eventually.
Okay, well,
You forgot one. I forgot one too.
Okay.
well, it might have been one that wasn't there when I was.
I hope you have a smooth shift, Adam. I will say that.
Yep, that's the safe way to do it.
Oh, thank you. That's right. That was a bad time to look away. Bell balls. Thank you, Anathros. That's very kind of you, mate.
So, storage on that thing. What are we doing with that?
So far, it's all central. We weren't planning on a lot of storage in the spinning hub, to be honest. I would actually think maybe some hidden tanks in the ground might be fun.
So
Places
nothing.
to store and keep ice and various things.
So something attached to the base then still, but not attached to it in a way that it can transfer
Yeah,
cargo,
because
right?
there's actually a conveyor underneath the rotor.
Oh, dear.
You mean the thing that we can't possibly get to right now without tunneling down to see it?
Yes. I had that discussion when we were making it, and I was informed that we didn't need to worry about that right now. So,
Where are you connecting that conveyor out from?
Well, I need to know where to actually build everything out, unless we're relying on histored and rotored connections to hook everything up and just build it off at a completely different grid.
You should be able to use the old gridlock thing to place it in line with the grid still. Like, it should snap to being in line with the grid. Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's been well and truly rolled.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I might have looked,
rotating the stupid thing.
might have looked at chat in opportune time.
What?
He needs a crane.
No,
Eventually.
I should be able to get
Or a
it up with
piston.
the gyro I did last time.
I can't do this. I can't do it. I can't handle it.
Oh, that's it. Sure.
That wasn't a very good.
I've also noticed that despite what I said to you guys, it is entirely my fault that the stream's a bit choppy. I made a mistake I forgot that when you change OBS profiles, it's got its own saved settings, and so a change I made to make tonight work is not present. I think the only way I can fix it is by blipping the stream on and off quickly.
So, if we don't see you again,
This is
thanks for coming,
kind
folks.
of awkward. Well, I need to have a quick look to see if there's anything I can do about it live, but it doesn't look like it. Dull. There we go. Only need a little blip. And now you should have no problems whatsoever.
Of course, there's stuff in that block.
Oh man! Hopefully they didn't lose too much of our glorious victory over the alien planet.
Yeah. You guys did that so fast as well.
I know. Well, I mean that's it.
It's impressive.
Stream over. I guess we're done.
Anyways,
Nothing
good
else
night,
to do.
guys. We'll catch you next time. We don't know what we're doing again, so that was the big finale. You
Don't
know?
make me double click this program.
What are we talking about?
Okay, time to fix all the mess I made. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. The intention was to switch over to GPU encoding for this stream because the CPU's doing something special. But, as you can probably tell, that was the bit I forgot.
Well, we ought to see if we can make a little progress on making this a refueling station this stream. Don't you think?
Yes, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Need to
It's
build up a bit
almost
because I want to
done.
get in the direction of Mars at some point.
Yep, I'm with you.
Wait, we already are on Mars.
Not Mars, that other one. That other one! You know the
other
one.
Mars, the non-Mars.
Yeah, that's more like it. We were skipping almost 10% of frames. Unacceptable. Frames are important. How's everything else looking? Weirdly, it was just that How? How was it just that? Everything else is... Okay, space engineers. Only managed to damage the cargo thing that's in the middle of other stuff. Like,
Because that makes sense.
Oh, so you caught the bug where that just randomly decides to explode before it actually exploded.
pretty much.
Do you need a rescue? Or parts brought to you?
No. No, I'm back at base.
Okay.
No, I'd headed back here to grab the bits for an ore detector just to double check that where I was going to build the mining base was a good spot. And then crashed en route.
Ah, I see. Well, it's not a text enabling job if I don't remove at least half the blocks that I placed last stream.
Sounds about right. Where do we refill hydrogen in this stupid place? Outside, isn't it?
There's refill tanks at the back underneath the spine of the cargo system I put in at the start of the stream. However, there was no ice on base, I'm thinking, because they weren't filling anything for me.
Was autofill on?
Yep, I went in, well, should be on.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. That's not great.
You can
we do have an
fill
oxygen
off
farm,
of
but-
the rover if you need to. The large rover. Oh, it's over here.
And that doesn't go through to the generator at all. Whereabouts is our generator? Inside.
There's silver on the inside.
Spacebar, didn't you have like a module that had all that stuff?
Technically, yes. It's also now the miner because we never did anything with it.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I mean there are generators on here.
Somehow, despite having redone this entire cargo system, it's still broken. Some rovers are more comfortable on their backs. I don't know why that rover's on its back. That's Farrell's territory over there.
That's because I haven't had a chance to actually go back and try to fix it.
This little corner over here. This is Casa de Farrell. Occasionally visited by Spacebar. His mess tends to live over here instead. And my mess tends to be over this side, and then Texfire's mess is under here.
Wait,
Although
where's
it's
my
not
mess?
here at the moment.
Underground? What?
No, underneath the big piston thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's where you keep your mess.
That's where I keep my messes. That's where the magic happens.
Must this urge.
Oh, nice one, Dave. How you doing, man? Yeah, mate.
Don't
Upside down as
break
usual.
anything.
Nothing new there. Thank you very much, dude.
Oh man, how did I get completely derailed with this thing that we really kind of don't need? This fully actualized station.
Now,
Because we do
witness
need
the
it.
power of this fully greebled
Why we
station.
so badly need it.
Isn't that what most of the series is?
Yeah. Have we gone a little bit overboard with this? Nah.
You know, you're not wrong. I kind of wish you were, but no, you're totally on point there. It's like that saying, life is what happens when you're making plans. Greebling is what happens when you're trying to do shit.
Oh, I did lose one other thing. I lost the big light off the front, didn't I? So now I can't see where I'm going. Even better. I also like the fact that you can press space and just nothing happens. This is with spacebar held down.
In Texas shack. Wow. Shots fired.
It's pretty true. Actually, that's not true. No, we're missing out a man from the mix. The original squirrel. Oh, so that was a rock. Okay. The original squirrel. Indeed, Kate. Indeed. The Morph Menace. The man will lipstick your ride when least expected. I only remembered the headlights weren't on it after I set off,
I
so...
think I set my conveyors up properly. Nope. I can't get to some
There
of
you go.
these containers.
Now I can see.
Lovely.
Ah, we're on the ice fields. There's nothing dangerous out here, except for maybe a spacebar. And we'll run him down. And they'll never expect it. Well, that's a good point, actually.
What is?
I could probably see better if I'd put my helmet light on.
Yeah, no, I may have just covered that early on in this stream.
Oh, it was out no, from inside the vehicle that I've knocked all the lights off of. I'm still driving around in the dark. Yeah, that's way better. Now I can see the rock just before it smashes my face in.
Hey,
Not with enough time to avoid it, just with enough time to see it coming.
And just know.
Brace.
brace, 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 brace for impact.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. What's Farrell
Hi.
building?
I don't. Who
Building a
knows?
container.
Whoever knows.
Oh. I would just built this elaborate sprue to keep my drill arm attached to the thing, and it didn't even work. I guess of course it won't.
So you're saying you're not sprued?
Yes.
Well,
Since that's
that's not good. So you're not royally sprued, but it is.
Yeah,
but
no, he's not royally sprued.
okay. Spruage is not royalty.
You don't have all the bits here to finish that.
Nope. Grids.
Is it just grids? I can probably go and grab some.
Grids and large steel tubes.
Roger, how much space do I have? Not much. And therein lies the problem. You're playing the move it all around game.
Mm-hmm.
I might
Although we do
bring
need to
some.
try those filter cargo things later on. The mod's running, so it should exist on just any cargo container now.
Mm-hmm. It is. It will, and it is so nice.
Yep. Yeah, they turned off the spinny bit because apparently it's hard to work when it's spinning around or something like that. And complaints and all whatnot.
For shame.
Thankfully, ways to put a button on the outside so that he can easily set it spinning again anytime he wants. Ideally, if Tex is inside. And he is. Perfect. Oh! Oops. Five grids short. Oh, maybe go back to the other base with 5 metal grids.
Did you check my roar?
Yeah. Hey! After much scrounging. Plan on keeping the tube on top? Can we? Because I don't think we can unload in through that. Unload through that.
Keep on top of what?
Because it's basically a tank rather than a cargo container.
Yeah. Crap. I'd love to do it with stick an O2 generator with it, but no, we can leave it. We can take that off.
I can see this looking quite with those shapes. You sort of have all these little things popping up from the ground around the place. You got a very Hoth vibe all of a sudden.
Oh yeah, it's like a Space 1999 vibe. Like those are like the where they stored all the nuclear waste on the dark side of the moon. No, it's too old to make Jerry Anderson references.
I don't really want to be blasted out into the depths of space, thank you.
But you say that like it hasn't already happened before.
And you weren't the one to cause it. Personally responsible for his own demise.
That's true. Did you change or did Keen change the energy rate?
What do you mean?
The burn rate on batteries, suit batteries?
That will be
it's
dependent
always-
on what tool you're using.
Yeah. And kitchen lights on
'cause
and
I'm
everything.
using the elite.
Yes, so
That
you'll
makes
drain energy. It's the irony of upgrading your tools. Is like you go, oh, I've upgraded my tool. I can do things so much faster. No, all you do is just cane your energy faster now instead. And that's the thing you're going back and forth for. Hey, Fuji.
I'm wondering if the reason why that wasn't letting us pull through is because it's not actually on the grid.
No, it's an oxygen tank. You can't pull through them. I mean, it not being powered obviously won't be helping, but...
Well, that's just it. It's supposed to be powered. I've got underneath here.
Oh, have you?
There's, yeah, there's half blocks connecting us over here to where I've got this piece of armor.
Oh,
It's not
nice.
loaded up yet.
Yeah,
it
so
should
you
be
managed to sort
powered.
of sneak them under the surface by using half box.
Well, that's if they actually went down there. Let me take a look down here.
Yeah, they're down there. You're all good.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if the tank actually is, because I had to place that with grid align as well. It doesn't look like it's on.
No, the tank has only got connection points top and bottom.
Yeah, so it can't possibly be attached to this then is the problem. Okay, so that just needs to be fixed then.
Yeah, they only connect up. This one of the few things about those tanks I don't like is that they've got such limited connection points, but it makes sense. They're round, you know. Attaching a square thing to the side of a round object is not a particularly good connection.
Maybe it is.
That's like a 3-year-old move, you know.
That kind of does look like it's lined up properly. Because I placed this block directly on
Well,
top.
I'm sure it's lined up properly. It's just it wouldn't have been powered until you got something on the top there.
Okay, I see what you mean.
You know what I mean? There's no ways of powering it through the sides. Yeah, the auto setting is designed to protect you if you get out of ships that are moving with dampers off in flight, and it's not very good.
What is still in my way?
Everything.
Apparently.
Also, in your way to what? I mean, there are many different answers you could have to that. You know, world domination, becoming a world famous ballerina. You know, there's a lot of different things you could be getting into here that could be in your way. You have to be more specific.
Well, I already know what's in the way of becoming a world famous ballerina.
Yep,
It
legs.
Yeah.
No offense, but ballerinas have incredible legs.
Are you judging Spacebar's legs?
No, because that would presume that I've actually seen them. But I'm making assumptions about his legs.
Now you see.
Plus,
Something
there's al-
about them.
there is also his, his sex. It is almost entirely impossible for a male person to become a ballerina.
Moving swiftly on.
I mean, everything's possible with the proper, medical technology. But
I'm wondering about what it's called. If it's not,
What?
what's the male version of a ballerina? Because ballerina is very clearly female.
Ballerina?
Damn it! Really?
Wow.
What?
Okay. Good night, kids.
I'm hanging fruit. Sorry.
somebody tell Barishnikov he needs to know. Wow. No. I have nothing. I'm moving swiftly on.
I mean,
No, it's okay. We'll just let that one lie right there.
more and more I'm turning into Macor.
More and more, I'm remembering that our job here is not going to be as easy as we think.
No.
No, there's something you guys have probably forgotten about, but I'm starting to remember now. I think I mentioned it to you.
Please do elaborate and elucidate.
A specific mod. A mod called the Deep Ores.
Oh.
Called what?
Called Deep Ores. The sort of mod that means when you've got a 200-meter ore detector and you drive around the surface of an ice thing, you don't pick up anything.
But ice.
Which would explain why we have the modded detectors.
That's why I put them on, was because we're going to need them to find out where the stuff is. I'd just forgotten.
What?
Well then. I guess I'm going to have to try and build one of the big ones. And then position ourselves, like, spot on. There's no point digging a massive hole if there's nothing down there.
I'm willing to be wrong, but I'm fairly sure ballerina is specifically female.
I think
I
there is
believe
something
it's.
for.
I believe it's from the Italian, and the ballerino is the male variant. That's what Grok was saying.
Yeah.
Now that I'd be willing to believe.
Oh. Ooh, I like those new round doors.
Yeah, I put both on.
Yeah, that second one I showed you. How do you close this though?
And okay. I say I saw the other door there that I know is a little tricky sometimes, but then other one.
The other one.
Yes, the other door.
That's one thing I'm not a huge fan of Iron Hospital stuff is he doesn't put the interaction controls in places that make sense. Not that I'm any better at it, but
Downstairs. I I just generally go with like ballet dancer and call it good.
Not to be confused with the other kind of dancer.
Private dancer?
Belly dancer.
Private dancer. Do, 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 do.
I was going to ask what happened to all the girders, but I suspect I know where they are.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Someone might be building windows at the moment.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Look, I barely used any of them.
Okay, true. There are actually some left in the central cargo container.
And there's quite a few left in the rover.
I can bring some more. I'm almost done down here.
I'm good. I just had to get creative with how to connect this tank up, but still let us get into it.
So is there anything I should bring down?
Sounds like good.
Do we girders?
No, we're okay. We got 300 inside
Bring
the
down from
base.
where?
I'm at the old base. Or the first base. Main base? Base. I don't know.
Base. Oh god, I may die. Ouch.
What about construction components?
Yeah, we got multiple long distance headlight mods on. I just happened to have smashed mine off earlier on in the stream. We might have been upside down once already.
Totally different song, Greg.
Oh dear. Oh, really getting low on stuff.
Yeah, so when that happens, we need to have found like ore, right?
Yeah, or end up processing stone. That's working on the ore already. It's just that's now I'm realizing we're out of stuff. Is when I'm here trying to find parts to make detector components.
I didn't re-add my drills.
Evening, Viking. You say, well, then go get more. We can't. Earth's gone.
Yep, it's gone, baby. Gone, baby, gone. The Earth is gone.
It's like Firefly. Earth got used up.
Utterly unsurprised that you managed to make that a Firefly reference.
Alright, I got the parts I need for the detector at least.
It did legitimately get used up.
It kind of clanged out, to be honest. If we're going to be honest.
Yeah, if you need an ore detector, there's one on that refinery module. That's a strong one.
That's alright, I've got one now.
Well, I'll take it then.
Yeah, might as well.
Put it on my drilling rig.
That would make sense. Although, with the deep ore mod, I suspect that drilling rig is going to be... well, unless you can set it up for quarry.
Well, it was mostly for getting ice. So I can just skim the surface.
Oh, cheers, Joel. No, no, mate.
I bet I could probably set it up for deep drilling.
Thank you very much, dude. Good night. Hope you sleep well.
It'll take some work.
And thank you very much, Reba. Happy New Year to you. Well, that should be the lots bits we need. Let me out, let me out. Goddamn airlocks. Amount of time I've wasted in this series just going in and out of airlocks. Though saying that, I bet you it adds up when it comes to the amount of time saved by having to not worry about oxygen so much.
Yep.
Because every time you go in, your suit refills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if Farrell isn't showing his POV over on Twitch. Spaceman may well be as well.
I would be shocked if Moldark hasn't already put it into chat. And wouldn't be putting it into chat right now, to be honest.
Alright. Or show me where you live. Doesn't this have one of the big spotlights up the front? Yeah. Ah, there we go. Cue the laser beam.
A laser beam.
Laser beam.
Oh, the headlights.
Are they on sharks?
With lasers on their forehead.
God damn it. I'd repaint these wheels and see if it helps. But I can't. Noticeable movement from two of the wheels there. Whether or not that fixes anything, I'm just holding forwards, and sure enough, she is pulling heavily left. Like, that's a immediate trip to your alignment shop. I wonder what the steering radius is of a full 360-degree turn without ever touching the turn button.
Oh man, have you guys seen the animation on these doors?
Mm-hmm.
I have
was
not.
talking about earlier. They're pretty neat.
That is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't even finished that one that was on the top. Why is this thing... Is this because the wheels are slightly more inboard on the front, maybe? Or... No, they're not. It could be, Chris, except I'm the host, so there shouldn't be any prediction with me. I'm the one person that shouldn't have that problem.
Well, I think even locally they changed how prediction works. There was a big stink about it when it changed.
Really? A big stink, no less.
Mm-hmm.
I do like it when there's a big stink. Everyone gets up in arms. Rah, 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 rah. We're so bold.
Yep.
Yeah, imagine that.
Could you believe people angry about things?
Especially about the whole idea of he who smelt it dealt it. I mean, come on.
What?
Raising a big stink about things.
Wow, are you guys like in a race to see who can be the most Macor on the stream?
Farrell, everybody knows he who said the line did the crime.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Your mine does actually happen to be over the top of iron and nickel, by the way, Spacebar.
Hmm? Oh, interesting. See, that place was good then. I just picked it because it was close.
Is it just insufficiently pink? Could be. GG Moloch. Yeah, there is a distinct lack of ore around the area I would have chosen to set up mine activities.
Oh, I'm very carefully drilling underground to connect this up to the main hub here. So I am
Block of
getting some
time.
stone. Getting a bit of stone build out of it.
Go on. Show me some more game. To be fair, the other thing the deep ores mod does, as well as putting them deeper, is make the deposits less frequent, but much, much richer when you do find them.
Hmm.
So like that, the iron and nickel we've got there back there will be enough iron and nickel for what we need, pretty much ever.
So none of that annoying, oh, hey, I found gold. Oh, it's this tiny little thing that's not worth the effort to even go after. That'll be nice.
Well, the plan behind this was set up such a long time ago, I'd forgotten all about it, but it apparently is doing pretty much what the intent was, which was to force us to build mining locations where the stuff is, rather than get to choose, and therefore you're forced to run materials between bases, because it's spread out. Silicon for a second, where did it go? And it's not pulling right, no matter what. It pulls in whichever direction I last steered. Yeah, so to give you an example, iron, which is the closest resource to the surface of all of them, I am dead over the top of now at 195 meters down.
Oh, write that up. Turn it.
Gamepad, if you're looking at buying a graphics card, a GeForce 710 is not a good choice. You should basically ignore any of Nvidia's like entry-level lineup. Anything with a 10, a 20, or even a 30 in it is not worth looking at, honestly. They're kind of, if you literally have no graphics card at all, might just do something to help, but it's that sort of circumstance. Honestly, it's a bit of a con. Nvidia sell them at all.
Okay, I'm bringing some girders and grids. Is there anything else I should grab them here?
Where are you headed to?
I'm heading to you guys.
I don't need anything. Thank you.
I think Farrell needed girders. No, you had them.
No, we've got them.
Oh, I need to grab that ore detector.
Ooh, oh, I know what I can put there. I know what I can put there. You have LCDs that are 3x3. Well, I am sure we're going to need LCDs inside here. Know what I mean?
Of course, where else are you going to have your pretty little charts?
Charts and levers and things that go bing.
Found a spot with iron 130 meters down. And it's looking a lot like there's not going to be any luck finding anything but iron and maybe nickel with these ore detectors. I've not seen a single bit of anything else.
Need to invent a mining mole.
Yeah, well, it might get easier once we get down there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
What card would I suggest? That would depend entirely on your budget. There is no just buy this card, because it all depends on how much money you've got to spend. If money's no factor, no object, then 2080 Ti, off you go. It's the best. Done. But you better have that pocket with the 1,200 bucks in it that you need to buy one. Otherwise, there's probably more sensible options.
Yep, I'm gonna think there's probably that. Because I don't know many people that have that budget, to be honest.
Put it this way, I don't own a 2080 Ti. And I'm a hardware nut, so that should say something about how value proposition-wise that card sits. Silicon 56 meters down, and not far from base.
Nice.
Well, I'm sitting down here, drilling across to the whatchamacallit. We've got silicon 270 meters away.
Yeah, it's
Actually,
probably...
I must be getting your antenna pickup then.
Yeah, that'll be the same silicon that I'm standing on top of at the moment. Yep.
Okay. Boy, this drill's reaching out far today. Or it's just bugged out again.
Or we're finally playing in better sim speed. Yeah, I'm with you, Craig. Some gold would be lovely, but I don't think we're just going to stumble across it near the base at this rate. This might be a case of mine number one gets set up, we process some of the stone, etc. as well. And then we go and find location for mine two. Oh, then Robin Hood, good luck with that. No, it ain't there. That silicon and that iron is what we got. As far as nearby sources. To the extent that I think we're better off just getting started on them rather than searching too hard. I don't have a drill. How wonderful.
The food mod is Daily Needs by Scalbjorn. There should be you have a mod list, right?
Yeah, that doesn't mean I'm very good at uploading it.
There's at least a 50% chance that it's in the mod list.
Or in the comments underneath the mod list.
Or you can just follow Mr. Scalbjorn's comment. If he has, since the modder is actually here in chat. Hi.
Hello.
The windows are not evenly spaced. It's kind of driving me insane.
Ooh, I'm finding iron, nickel, magnesium. That way we're needing magnesium.
If you're where I think you are, that magnesium's a rock.
Okay.
And the iron
never
and
mind.
nickel you can see are the ones under your ice mine.
Oh yeah, I'm really close to that.
Yeah, you're on your way back to the new base, right?
Yeah.
These bases should have names. A la Swiss Family Robinson.
I just have that one named as the Ice Temple.
Mars base Zebra.
Echo Base.
Wow, man, managed to find something worse than my suggestion.
It could be worse. It could be Marzipan base.
Hey there, Adam. Good luck, mate.
Marzipan base. I don't know. That's got a certain something to it.
I don't know what that something is, but
But it has a vague almond flavor to it.
I feel like this base should clearly be named off of this central section here.
So, Tilt-A-Whirl base. The Upchuck base.
Call it the Monument or something like that.
Mm. And then we could add the we could then make no, never mind. Even I have too much pride to make that pun.
Wait!
It happened first here, folks. Because making that pun would have been a monumental mistake.
Mm.
Don't just
We need to ring
remove
a
the
bell.
acceleration on the rotor, or I'll get a script to increase it every time you come in the room.
I didn't do anything of the sort. I don't know what you're talking about.
If player equals text fire, engage throughout mode.
No, I just think each time they come in, someone suggested in chat earlier, every time they walk through the door, it just gets slightly faster.
Aha, but there's a trick. So far, I've been walking in where the windows are supposed to be going.
Well, maybe that's your way around it. For
How to
now.
make sure the
Dot.
text doesn't finish the base. That's what I heard.
Am I going to have to...
Just annoy the shit out of him until he goes and does something else.
Hang on.
Hmm?
I'm just an idiot. God damn it.
Okay, I forgive you.
Right, now it is getting sped up.
Did I actually use up all my bulletproof glass? What the heck?
If I remember rightly, there is plenty more on the down ship out there. Enough that if we wanted to go and do another journey there, we could.
I just heard something explode.
That
Prob-
was me.
Yeah.
Probably worth all of us going
That's
if
just-
we do.
Flying too close to a piece of unfinished block.
In fact, how about that? When the sun rises,
What? What
we
about
go
this
for
horizon?
another trip back to the wreck.
That sounds like a lovely plan. Because
Well, that's what I'm saying.
so long, I think I'm about to lose my mind.
Well, and you're running out of parts. It's always, I think that might not be a bad way. Yeah, it's just that's our Swiss Family
however-
Robinson again.
however,
Go back to
the,
wreck,
um,
grab some more supplies.
The ship itself, I mean, my cargo has not even been unloaded yet. So before we do that, we'll need to go unload it at the main base.
It can be unloaded there now.
Oh, do we have cargo for it?
There's a big cargo outside.
Oh, nice. Well, I take back my objection.
My poor little rovers. What have we done to them?
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
They're all
our
beat
rover's
up.
perfectly fine.
Yeah, no, I've got your other one over here. Most of them just look a bit like your rover, but aren't actually your one.
Yeah, well, I've got to do one anyways. Ooh,
Old and busted, new hotness.
Mm-hmm.
You like what?
This kind of mini silo over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Farrell did that.
Yep, working on connecting it up to the main base
Take
here.
no credit for that.
Oh, is there going to be an underground tunnel
Yep.
underneath the base?
Well, I'm working on I have to dig out something to get down here to connect it up, so
Oh.
I've hidden it in the one corner where it's between the outside row of blocks that are there and the actual tank itself. Plus, it's also getting us a little bit of stone and ice mined up, so
I know what you mean, Paladin, or blooming like something like City Skylines or something like that, because it's hard to get good background music consistently and still mix it up. All right,
Not a lot
I've been
of it.
trying. Here we go. That's something some more energy.
Okay, I might need help looking for random blocks that need to be finished and welded up. As in a fresh pair of eyes.
Oh god, well, you're asking the wrong person there. Mine are well abused over many years. Semi-functional at best.
So is that our only... Oh, no, never mind. There's some.
What?
Looking for storage. I'm gonna drop off these girders and stuff I brought from the other base.
I like those doors.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sucks, Michael.
Oh, that's already full.
Welcome, dude.
Oh yeah,
Thank you, obviously,
all the ones on this
for
inside this thing are totally
the
full.
very kind donation, but yeah, that sucks, man. Sorry. Don't forget about the stream now on
Michael,
Onco.
live for 70 minutes, you didn't even get a notification. Yep, sounds like YouTube to me.
Will be also out of interior play. Out of interest. Will we also out of interior played out of interest? Was that one I heard?
I should have some outside.
I didn't say that.
Okay. Alright.
It does not mean that we are not. It just means that I don't know that we need it.
When did they make the smoke effect from drilling so ugly?
That's a good question.
I
think
swear
it's been
it
like that
didn't
for a
used to
while.
look so much like they've just got lots of sprites layered over the top of each other.
It ain't so.
It looks like one of those demos from back in the day when they were still advertising 32-bit color as like a feature. So like, and this is the banding you get with a normal 16-bit graphics card. And look how this light has no banding at all on the 32-bit. Which, to be fair, was kind of correct. And did kind of spell the end of 3DFX, but anyway.
Okay.
3DFX didn't develop 32-bit color technology. They stuck with 16, thinking that they'd go for an older architecture, but a more reliable one and just continue adding more cores. NVIDIA worked on newer technology, and end result was 3DFX ended up spending so much money on each individual graphics card that, yeah.
Sure, base engineers. That's exactly the block I was looking at.
Yep, that's the one.
Do you know, how do they go about detecting what block you are looking at? Have any idea?
I would say it's probably based on the collision mesh.
What they actually do is they stand back, they close one eye, they hold a thumb up and go, yep, that's the one.
Random
it's
number
just-
generator.
Yeah, I was about
It's
to say
broken.
random.
Sorry, the burgeoning scripter in me is getting interested about how things like that might work.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably based on
Collision
the
mesh,
collision
yeah.
mesh. Yeah.
Does make sense. You roll a D100.
Roll for collision.
Star Wars FFG crit table. Got to get them above 150 to actually mine.
I'm gonna have to build a rotor ramp just to
So-
get into this thing.
So you're suggesting clang is what happens when you roll a nat 2 on a d20, or 1 really. I guess actually 1 or 2 really.
I don't know. Maybe. Possible.
Everything makes sense.
Why is the front of this so... I have a feeling this rover's not going to work like I think it's going to work.
No, no. Do they ever?
No.
Yeah, sometimes they do, but I know that sort of feeling when you're sort of starting to work through stuff and you get to the point where you're like, this just wasn't quite, this is already not quite what I was hoping for. Okay.
I guess I could just go try it. I don't have any in my inventory. Okay.
Okay, I think I might have it pretty much closed in. Somebody wants to double check and make sure I didn't miss anything. You are, of course, welcome to.
Now begin the process of the game not being able to decide if it's actually airtight or not.
Yeah, no, you're probably right.
Still looks good though.
You've pretty much nailed every single one of my craft that I've made in Space Engineers. It looks good. Now, make it function. That's the next 4 hours.
That's kind of where I'm at right now with this thing.
For one thing, I put way too many damn windows in the top. That's ridiculous. What the hell was I thinking?
Yeah, that's about the same thing with me back at the old base.
It's a cheese grater. It's the new Mac.
Only it costs about $60,000 less.
Sun's coming up, boys. Probably want to be thinking about our journey.
Yep. Okay, where's my unload spot? Over here?
The one that looks like, yeah,
Oh, nice.
straight off off.
How do I connect to it?
You
That's
do
my
not
question.
connect to
There
it.
is not connection to it currently.
Oh,
How do I
Yeah.
get access to it?
You unload into the top.
How do I
Currently.
get you to set it to where it's not access denied?
That should not be a problem, but I will double check it. Why is it no share?
This is why I've given up with all that rubbish and just permanently run with can use all terminals these days. That's why I've not noticed.
Good grief. Yeah, all right. Should be able to get into it now.
I'll just do that. Oh, I can't do that because apparently I'm not an admin. I can't do that.
The hell? Why is it you every time as well? It's remembered everybody else. That's weird.
If I was a betting man, I would say that I did something that made you take it away because you were annoyed.
Yeah, except I don't think it is the case this time. And normally I'd remove everybody's as well, to be fair. I'm not normally that specific.
I missed a trick down here.
Yeah?
Yeah, I should be whistling the theme to The Great Escape. I mean, seriously, that's what these tunnels look like right now, right here.
so I was correct, and this is not going to work the way I thought it would.
And can you reach those from there?
Good job on being right. Not even close, Tex. Sorry, man.
Not only that, but you can't take the only way that cargo container is
now?
currently powered right now is by having that access port on top. So right now we can't lock that up with a connector or anything. That's why I'm down
Say
here
what?
working on the.
It's powered through this grid on the top of it where I'm bouncing. And so
Yeah.
it can't be removed. So we can't put a connector on the top of it. Because
Oh,
that would
that's fine.
As soon as I get it connected on the
Unfortunately.
bottom, it'll be back to
Oh
normal.
wow, I'm really
You are-
a
you
lot
are
further
really
away than
nowhere
I thought I was. Oh wow.
Sorry,
Okay,
man.
I thought I was from my point of view with the third person camera. I thought I was afraid I was about to start running over it. So
Oh no, you got an inch or two. Don't worry.
it's fine.
The hell? Why do I not fit up that? Oh no.
I wonder if I have too many drills.
What's the light mod we're using? I can't remember because it wasn't my recommendation.
That's
MA.
MA Masters. Yep.
How about that?
You're gonna struggle to get much closer. However, you're still not close enough. But you might be if you were to
I can
rotate
the
your back
rotator,
panel.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
And then in which case you want to go a bit forward as well.
Okay. Well, let me get it rotated first, and then.
Actually, you won't need to move. You'll be in range if you stop now. Yeah. Easy enough. That's in range from up top. Quite easily.
There you go. I did almost die because I had right-clicked to empty my inventory at some point and had forgotten that includes food
Yes.
and water. I was like, why am I all of a sudden thirsty? What? Oh, shit.
Yeah, I wish there was a way to not count food.
Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to set up like an exclusion list for that. I agree.
Well, you
Like-
could, because you can use the new filtering feature to blacklist it. Well, not the mod that Wasted added. Because we can blacklist stuff from going into a cargo container. But theoretically, that should let you prevent it from ever picking up stuff like that. I think. Haven't actually tried that.
Yeah, basically they now appear in the control panel, and you can just put in filter candidates and either do black or white list, the same as a cargo sorter, except all it does is control what's capable of being stored in the box, but not what can pass through it. So you can still extend the cargo system on.
I love this container in the ground like this. It definitely has a nice little silo, moon base, Mars base feel to it.
I can't help but feel like this little mining base should just be built a bit like that. That's kind of cool way of doing it.
No, I love it. It's perfect design aesthetic. We didn't really have a plan when we started with the little rotating frisbee hab, but
But I think it kind of works like it lines up with the whole idea of you've got a central spire of sorts, and you've got these little pieces that connect to it but are outlying from it.
this is the base that we intended to make, and the other base is the one that we had to make out of the various parts.
I'd say no. The other base is the one we intended to make, honestly. This is an extension of it now.
Well, I'm saying like if in a real space program, the other one would have been not the way we wanted to do it.
I don't know, I've heard plenty of suggestions for landing that involve making use of the craft that you actually landed in for the first period.
Oh, too low. Oh, too low. You have O2 in your thing?
After all, it's been set up to be a habitat that can survive many, many months. There's no reason it stops being a habitat the second it touches down.
That's true.
Even if it's just an empty shell that just holds things, at that point it's still a shed. Still has use.
Mod is that with the blacklist? It's called Cargo Filter. If you search for that, basically, yeah, it adds a filter mod, filtering to the containers themselves, which is... Tonight's the first time we're playing with it, but it sounds like a really clever way of doing it. G'day, Mr. Troll.
Excuse me. Oh, Oh, FB troll.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was
That's
like,
why I'm an FB troll. And we've talked about this in the past. And
calling the audience out like hard.
no, it's actual Mr. Troll. We've discussed this before. He's not that kind of troll. Different kind of troll.
Different
Like,
country. Best kind of troll.
maybe under the bridge kind of troll, not internet troll.
Nope.
Thank you very much, dude. Yeah, I hope things in Australia obviously improve. There's, what you can really say is thoughts and wishes are headed in that direction, because that's horrible, man.
Well,
Okay, I am unloaded. Make sure there's nothing else that I can.
the only thing I've got is stone left in my rover. I think. Almost done getting this wired up.
Have we put any batteries on this grid before we go too far? We ought to let it start building up.
So
Reserve
no,
power.
I mean, wind generators are always fairly reliable.
Well, yeah, but I have a feeling that at some point we're going to end up spending more power than there actually is on the grid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just conscious that the daytime doesn't actually last that long, and we've got a full journey to make in it.
All right, we're hooked up.
And I am unloaded.
Cool. I think I unloaded a good portion of what Farrell was carrying as well. Like the last few remains. So you've still got food and water aboard, but nothing heavy.
That's good. That's what we want.
Oh, now I want the other doors inside here.
The spacebar
Okay,
has slimmed down the design a little.
Yeah, because as soon as I start drilling, that side dips into
Tips over.
the hole.
Yeah. Because
So-
you're drilling your own wheel line, you're not quite far enough out.
Yeah. So I thought about doing the one, but I bet that's gonna have the same problem.
Energy low.
Man,
Man? What?
I was really hoping that would work.
Oh, well.
I reckon with some iteration you can get that to work, man. That looks
Why do we
alright
have
to
holes
me.
here all of a sudden? By the base. Are those test holes? Or did things
I wonder.
Test holes. I don't know. I haven't made any holes in the
Oh.
base.
Sorry, that was me.
Spacebar.
right by the base?
I
Those
don't
will
think
have to
two-
be locations for future silos, etc.
I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was just future planning.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. No, the main hole at the moment, if you want to do any digging of any sort, you can just about see two pillars sticking up in the distance.
Yeah.
That's, what is it, in the west-northwest direction? That's our current mine that's close by that's eventually will hit silicon.
Did we plan on picking up Barrel's craft and bringing it back? Because we're going to reuse it?
Got the you mean the one I just landed in last episode.
No, the parts of the one that you starved in.
I don't even know if I have a GPS for that in here.
The Artemis lander located here. I can share them.
Back there. I
Sounds
might
good,
have-
Michael. I'll check that out, man. See you shortly. Good luck with the
there's
missus.
the Artemis lander, and then the stage.
I'm going to be
is
back
actually
in
not too
1
far
second,
from that.
guys.
Hey, got
Mr. Waste of Space. We are ready. Proceed. We
Give me
do
2
our
seconds. I need to
signal.
get the cat out. Should be in a pain.
That's okay, because I need to get in position anyways. I got a decent amount of storage on this thing. Radius, like the Titanic.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean no fuel? I have 50,000 batteries on this thing.
No fuel.
One in, one out, apparently. Exchanging kiddies.
I wonder if I have time to build more solar panels. Nope.
Denied. Well, I'm starting to feel kind of small in this party. It's like everyone's overcompensating. What's going
Everyone
on?
definitely overcompensating.
Says king of overcompensation at the end there.
Says someone who's actually literally driving a piece of the rocket itself.
I am proud of this. I make no bones about it. It's ridiculous, and I love it.
Well then, shall we?
I think so. I mean, hey, I stopped at even making it more ridiculous. I was going to make a full crane out of it. Well, I was talked out of my insanity.
Done. Let's go. Lead on, sir.
Hang on a second, I want to rear wheel steering so I can enable it.
Is that little blip the station, or is that just the star? It's in the right sort of place.
That should be the station.
It's just whether or not it's actually visible at this distance. Unfortunately, Mackle, I think you can see, and it's not me. Who crashes first? Probably the one that doesn't drive in a straight line.
Or the one who answers chat while driving.
Oh, I can't have to.
I'm not just driving by myself, right? Okay.
Nope, I had to take care of something real quick.
I'm behind you.
I'm
At
with you
least.
guys.
Yeah, this is definitely still all over the place.
Yeah, I am too.
Ah!
If I had some pistons the same size as the those round tanks, I bet I could build a deep driller.
Well, building a deep drill is definitely like the challenge of mining on this planet is going to be a fairly chunky one. We're going to have to
Yeah.
figure out because it's deep. Like, are we blowing our way down there and doing it quarry style? Are we trying to do some sort of like deep drilling approach?
I think we
Where
should.
we- No.
Oh, and I crashed. Am I still in comms?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully you'll roll to a halt.
Yeah, he did.
Base engineers.
I mean, like, literally, I saw him just come up short completely.
That's not a bad way of finishing, at least.
Except now he's turning.
What on earth?
Huh. Texfire, somehow you put your vehicle into a flat spin.
Oh God! Don't tell me that.
Waste, can you see this on your end? I don't know if this is just
I'm just
really weird,
arriving.
and it's spinning on it's now turning back the way it came.
Yep.
Okay, yep. So yeah, it's
Now it's pointing backwards.
yeah. Oh, this is great.
I'm willing
Sorry,
to
now
bet
you
there's
wanted to
something to
show
do
this-
with wind and how the two grids are interacting.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Probably.
I present to you the TX1 large rover. Designed for Mars exploration. It's both capacious in its storage and generous in its appointments. I have no what
It's
you're
one
going
Mars
for.
rover. Best for everything.
As the rover spins.
In a world where astronauts have been stranded, you can't live without your TX-1000.
God. Yeah.
Where is it?
Oh, we could
Texas.
get-
Texas done this before.
Oh, the
Oh,
old
man.
thing.
Oh, what
It's
was
in.
that, the
It's one of these.
Gerfalcon?
The Gerfalcon. Yep.
Gerfalcon. My best James May.
Oh, it's in there somewhere.
Oh, it's bugging me out. There we go.
Yeah, it's because you
Yeah,
got close
don't
to it
get
and
too
it kind of
close.
locks you on. Yeah, it's the Gerfalcon. Let's have a look. Yes, my drives are always named after Norse realms, pretty much, for some reason. Realms and gods.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Hi. Doo-doo-doo. I might be a little bugged out.
It look like
You
you're
look
back
alright to
in.
me.
Yeah, but it's spinning and won't respond to any of the controls.
Have you actually got a gyro on?
No.
I can try to get close to it and see if I can stop it from spinning. Not like ram it or anything, but
No,
Fuck it.
cut and paste it.
Here, I'll get up.
Leave it as an art installation. just cut and paste the grid. We know this is space engineers being weird.
No, it's not letting me leave it. I want to leave. I want to leave.
Yeah, that's how you can
it
tell
is
it's space
weird
engineers
now.
being weird.
yeah, because
Now you just.
oh, you know, no, you know what it is? It's doing that. It's that rotation bug thing.
You didn't
Because
have to
now
get
I'm
close to
starting-
him.
Well, now look at how I'm turning. He's going flat. I'm going
Yeah,
sideways.
you didn't have to get close to him. It just spreads. Infectious. Oh,
Infect-
Jesus. Probably want to get in text file.
How's it going? Oh God! No! Nope! 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 Nope!
God.
And we're off. Except for I still can't steer it.
I was about to say you're going the wrong direction.
Yeah, no, I can't. I literally cannot steer. What the heck is going on?
I'm fine after pasting it back in.
Not reset your key bindings or anything, Tex.
No, no. Because that's the keys I use to walk around. It'd be kind of hard to.
True, but
Hmm.
You know, if this were Top Gear, we would just speed on without him.
As long as I can go in a straight line, no problem.
as long as we're headed that way.
Hey, it's not pulling to the left or the right anymore.
How even?
Oh, what is running? Oh, my engine's running. That's what. Why is the higher? Stop. Don't need you. Yeah, nope. That's so weird.
I don't know, man. I don't have a solution for you either. Sorry, but yeah.
I'm suggesting we let the host take a try at it.
Well, by the looks of things, it's everybody, like everybody but you is fine.
Well, but if you can operate the vehicle, then I know it's me, not the vehicle.
Of course, it's you, Tex Fire. Just a troublemaker.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, I can't steer either.
The heck?
You haven't got steering
What?
turned on your wheels.
I did.
Steering, look.
No, the rear wheels are on and the front wheels are off. They
Well,
are turning.
Yeah, I just turned them on.
Okay, but the front ones are not turning.
Well, I'm willing to bet it's because they don't have the steering turned on. So look,
The reverse.
yeah, they don't have the steering turned on. Well, I don't know.
It was turned on.
Check that. I don't know what wheels I'm looking at. All I can tell you is every wheel I selected there had its steering turned off.
Okay, that's.
So that
Odd.
sounds like a place to start.
And yet they worked fine before I cut and pasted.
Well, before you crashed.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
I have actually. Thank you.
Okay.
I need a mod that adds into Space Engineers the USB disconnect and reconnect sound on cut and paste.
Nope, still won't do it. What the? Rubber!
Got a script or anything running on there?
Well, the airlock script.
Can your rear wheels steer? If you use that group.
Maybe. Rear wheel steering. Yeah. Not the
Now you're
front ones.
turning.
So something's gone weird with your front wheels.
Now, keep in mind, I've been experiencing problems with my mid set of wheels over there. Steering randomly inverts despite the setting.
You know, I'm just gonna make it work.
I don't think rear steering's a bad way of doing it, Tex.
Yep, I'm just gonna make the mid wheels turn as well.
Jiggle it a bit. Give it a
Give
little.
her a
Dabby dab
Scandinavian
dab.
flick there.
Space engineers, you're so weird.
Oh, I know what's up with the steering in this game. I
What?
took a look at the Mako tank from Mass Effect and said, "Hey, we need that in this game."
Need some more of that in my
Ironically,
life.
it's actually steering better with the rear wheels than it was with the front.
Having looked at how it moved when I turned those on, I'm not actually that surprised to hear that. Sometimes vehicles just
Oh. And now it's on the turntable again.
I'll show you guys steep drop gun up there.
If I can make a suggestion, Tex, when you
Yeah.
paste that back in, turn off share inertia tensor on that rotor and instead lock it.
I had it that way.
That's not how it's set up. It's
Well,
share
it's-
inertia tensor on and lock off at the moment.
It is off. Rotor lock is on, and shared inertia tensor is off.
Okay. Don't turn it. There's no reason to turn it off either. I don't know how that affects the rotor lock, but it probably doesn't. But
I'm gonna laugh my butt off if that just fixed the steering.
That guys will be right back.
No, it didn't fix the steering.
Some of your grids around the bottom of that structure, Farrell.
I'm gonna remove the turntable when we get there. I think it's causing issues. That'd be my suspicion.
Yeah. I bet that's probably what's going on.
I have, as the biggest scrap puts it, Tex has become a true ballerino.
Congratulations, Dexter.
I have been pirouetting on Mars.
Yeah, the
I'm
HUD's
the
modded.
first interstellar ballerino.
Actually, here's an idea. Let's just, as a group, stay a bit more spread out.
That sounds like a great
And
idea.
back.
Welcome back.
Because there was no
The
question that the second
grid
Farrell
is
got.
indeed modded.
There's no question the second Farrell got near to you, he was infected. Like, it passed the bug along. There's a random. I really should turn these stupid things off.
Boulders.
Oh, that's
No.
mine.
Cargo containers. Like the random drops.
Oh, yep.
It's not like we ever go get them.
Dude,
How else will I stock up on badger skins?
Until they give us the ability to make a soup museum, there's no point.
Yeah.
When I can finally deck out like my walk-in closet in a way that would combat the Fresh Prince himself, then we're there. Maybe not Fresh Prince, maybe even Jazzy Jeff.
How about West? Jim West.
Not
Yeah, I don't
easily tempted like that, Tex. Sorry. Saved
Unless
for
you're,
special occasions only.
Can't blame a guy for trying, can you?
Not unless you're West Philadelphia, born and raised.
Hmm.
No, wrong one. This one's Desperado, Rough Rider.
No, that's the other one that you can read the same manner, though.
Who is Jim West? That's a good question, Katie's. If only somebody knew.
Nope. Not rising to it. Especially as it's in a video by Mulder. Did like a compilation, somehow he had them all, of last year's like Orc Christmas songs and other stupid stuff that went on.
This conversation is getting wild.
Yeah, I know. How are you going now we're a bit further away? This doesn't seem so bad. Nana Pro, we tend to go to the 4-hour YouTube. It's not a limit, but we tend to aim for that 4-hour YouTube sort of guideline that means that the stream VOD comes up properly immediately. Sub to the Moldy Sheep Man. Oh dear.
Oh crap, I don't have air. I've got an oxygen generator board though.
Is the sheep working? There we go. That deserves a sheep.
Why can't I put...
We have to make if we make giant spiders on Mars, then maybe we'll find Ziggy Stardust.
I think you're on your own there with that one, Tex.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Sorry, man.
I'm shocked. There are no Bowie fans in this chat?
I'm sure there are some in chat.
Ziggy played guitar?
The hell was that? Yeah, that was the sheep.
All right.
Chris, that's probably because I'm not very good at actually like acting upon what I just said. So often we go over 4 hours despite my intentions.
I feel like that's a channel disclaimer.
Warning, streams may last longer than originally intended.
I think you go further than that and just warning this channel operates on best intentions.
That's true. Remind me, I need to grab some ice when we get back. I'm not going to die out. I'm not going to run out of oxygen, but I am out of hydrogen.
I've got a little bit on my little thing if I can ever get there. I had to stop and refill my tank, oxygen tank actually.
Oh dear.
That was the sound of a wasted possibly in trouble.
No, I noticed it in time, and thankfully this one, having redone its wheel settings recently, is not playing too badly. But let's just say that was a steeper hill than I expected, and it was
don't go
considerably
down.
more bumpy than I expected.
Yep, there's a reason why I cut wide when I was approaching from that direction.
I had forgotten.
Wasted hit the moguls. Yes.
Yeah, well, thankfully, one of the things a wasted can do is ski. I miss skiing. God damn it.
It is winter.
No, the problem is, like, going skiing on your own is not particularly fun, Tex, if I'm honest. And what I've done is sort of run out of friends/people that, you know, are in my friend network close to me that are interested in the slightest in skiing. Especially as you can't really do it in the UK. Sorry, Scotland, but let's be real.
Not even in the hybrids, huh?
Not if you want, like, good snow, no. If you want a slope that technically you can ski down, yeah. Yes, we have that silly high building in Manchester. Yeah, indeed. An artificial slope skiing is just awful. Not that there's anything wrong with artificial snow, but they're just tiny every single time. You're just like, oh well. So is that it?
Spacebar, you said you had some...
Yeah, I'm 2k out.
Tiberius, there's two elements to skiing. One element to skiing is
I had to stop and
the
refill.
feeling
so I'm
of
a little bit
speed
behind.
and control you get, much like riding a bike at high speed or anything like that. Is, you know, there's some adrenaline there when you throw yourself down either a slope much quite quickly, or you throw yourself down a difficult slope. The other part, and I think the part that most people don't realise, is 50% of it's the environment you're in. At the top of a mountain where it's like ice cold, but there's snow everywhere, you can see for absolutely miles because the air is clear as anything, and it's cold but it's also sunny, so it's kind of warm at the same time, and it's all just fucking beautiful. That's half of it, if not more. All the moisture's out of the air, it's just so clear, you can just see for miles. Yeah, Tiberius, exactly. Like dirt bikes or any other sort of similar sport. Half of it's the adrenaline, half of
At the
it's
point where I'm
the
probably
environment
only
you're
going to be
in.
carrying back metal grid, and I'll be completely loaded up with just that.
To appease the text fire, I will load up with bulletproof glass then. And at least one person will be able to greeble.
No, that's okay. I don't actually need that.
It's all good. I wasn't being serious. I mean, I will take some bulletproof glass, but
Actually, I'd like to get this turntable off this sucker first before I do anything else.
go on then.
It includes taking off the batteries, so I'm probably going to hopefully have enough stuff to add some more batteries back to the grid.
There are 10,000 power cells in this box.
Well, yeah, but it's the other things that I don't know that's going to have.
No, a vehicle grinder would lose all of our
Computers.
parts.
Yeah, if we have computers, we probably have the rest of the stuff we need.
We'll have the bits we need in here.
Text, if you will, because my generators are kind of hard to get to. If you'll put your models in.
I found some in the
Oh.
remains of the ship.
Okay.
Not a
Never
lot,
mind.
but enough to hopefully fill some bottles.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Every time I come back here, I always forget how full I fill this thing up.
Yeah. We managed to bring a lot of stuff with us.
Mm-hmm.
Which is good, given that Earth disappeared the very next episode.
Yeah.
Fortuitous. And not planned.
Actually, I just realized that I'm an idiot. When I grind these down, I only lose the power cells, so the... Phew. Of all the things I've lost, I miss my mind the most.
Tell me about it. I've just walked backwards and forwards from the same building 3 times in a row. Same building, same vehicle 3 times in a row. Before I noticed it was full.
How are those flat batteries as far as power? Pretty good, or
They
okay,
start
or
empty. Oh, you're talking about the... It depends which ones you mean. Azimuth start empty.
Compact battery.
Oh,
3x3 by
they're
1.
exactly as scaled as you would expect them to be.
Okay,
Take
The
their
3x3
size and scale it.
perfect.
They have. I have 2.16 megawatts max output.
Okay, so if I just put a bunch of those in the bed, it would take up a lot less room and still be pretty effective.
Oh, where's my cup? Ooh.
Oh, I am already full.
Yeah, it doesn't take long.
Mm-hmm.
Okay then.
Green vehicle spaceballs, yeah, and it's built out of a hab module.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was going to be one of the production modules, right?
It was going to be hydrogen and oxygen storage and generation with emergency hydrogen generators as a backup power. But we didn't really have a place for it on the base. So I was like, make a neat rover.
Mm-hmm.
They went with
Oh,
the
shit.
Rock Raiders, with like a Rock Raiders colors.
Energy low.
Little spaceball. He puts a lot of thought into these things.
Hmm. Since you guys invited me to join these streams, my building has skyrocketed.
You mean you're actually playing some Space Engineers instead of just modding?
Yeah. Amazing that.
That's a good thing, I think.
No, indeed. I think it might have even begun in PvP, to be honest. A little bit towards the end as you started to start building the extra encounter stuff.
Well, most of those were either stuff I stole from you guys or I took off the workshop. A couple of the fighters and stuff were mine, as some of the stuff was, but most of that was stuff I borrowed. Oh,
Sorry. Just riding along and then suddenly spacebar.
hmm. Oh, come on, YouTube. Yes, I'm still listening. Every
Are
like
you,
30 minutes.
Are you really? Are you listening? Because
It's like
YouTube would like to know.
every 30 minutes I have to go there and tell it that yes, I'm still listening to the song I've been listening to for the past 2 hours.
But are you sure? I mean, like, are you really sure?
This was supposed to be a Kerbal Space Program inspired SE deal, and I think we did that pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
It devolved into this shenanigans. Come on, how many? I was talking with Shaq about this the other night. Like, we could not have got the KSB deal down.
Stop putting stuff in there,
better.
please.
Oh,
In the form of,
I'm trying
like,
to empty it.
how do you achieve your goals in KSP? Well, what you do is you build a rocket, you launch it, it fails. Then you iterate on it, you launch it, it fails. And you do that over and over again until it eventually succeeds. Then you use that rocket for as much as you possibly can until it can't go any further, at which point you have to build a bigger rocket, which goes through the same process of failing to begin with until you finally achieve it. Which basically describes the Artemis and... I can't even remember what we named the other one. Hang on a sec, it was also another one of the gods. Ares, I think. Like, that's
yeah.
what they did.
Spacebar, you're so helpful. And you've managed to fill every single cargo container in this thing now.
Oh.
Or I can't. I actually get rid of the connector that has stuff in it.
Sorry.
Why are you ditching the
Okay.
connector, out of interest?
Because I'm going to plumb it straight back there so that I just have containers on the back.
We could have gone brave mode and dropped one of those large containers on the back of the vehicle.
That's what I'm going to do. What do you mean?
No. One of the large containers that's in the rocket
Oh, we could do that.
on the back of the vehicle.
We could do that. We just have to put some landing gear to catch it, but sure.
Turning Door is one of Iron Hospital's. He released a whole bunch of stuff over Christmas that's not the only door mod of his. He's got a mod on the front page at the moment. I'd suggest you just go and have a look at his stuff because there's loads of cool little sort of doors and ramps and things like that. It'll probably be too heavy. Yeah, it'll crush you.
Probably. How big is it?
What, those big containers? They're basically as big as your entire back bay, and yeah.
I'm talking about how much stuff and they have, how much mass.
So trying to find a non-standard one. Looks like the smallest one here has got 116,000.
Okay. I think I was doing like 80
Versus,
last time we did that.
I don't even think the large is that big.
No energy. Of course I don't have any energy. Fucking.
Nope. No sheep. That's not what we're after. God damn it. Assaulted by the sheep. Yeah, Mr. Stank, I do. And my New Year's resolutions this year have been basically centered around being less of a fucking awful YouTuber. And actually doing things like finishing that long-awaited Stalker series and the blooming Starter Airsoft Gun series, and doing some of the plans that I had last year that I just never got around to because I'm bad. Right, Tex, how are we looking? Everyone else is full.
I just need to finish up these containers and then we can fill them.
If we got the parts.
Player made Bobs, go! Yeah, I don't know if I'll have to. What was that?
That's me. Maybe for a programming block.
Mm-hmm.
Done.
I may also
Need
be
to
out of
feel low.
hydrogen.
Oh, that's right. This has got some interesting stuff on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Mini oxygen generator. Ooh, I may have that. Conveyor. Let's see, what's this?
Just don't detach
Anybody have
the
any
cargo network, though.
computers? Anybody have any computers, please?
How many computers you need?
6, 12, 18.
We need him at?
Let's see.
No,
The
Cades, it's actually,
unfinished
let me show
containers
you.
here. What else does that one need?
Interior plate. You got it.
This one.
There you go.
Cargo container filters by cold form. So basically it literally adds the conveyor sorter setup to a cargo container.
Really? Put a ladder on my rover,
And I need more
doesn't work.
computers, sorry. 4 more
Okay.
at the very rear. And then we can just load up the rest.
Yep.
The idea is, Sean, that instead of applying the like the sorter mechanic to the cargo network to prevent stuff from filtering through a particular point in your cargo network, instead it applies it to the box. So anything can pass through it, but this box will only store what's your filtered. And that solves all of those stupid network problems that you have with conveyor sorters. And doesn't require a script, which is constantly moving things around and generating a lot of lag.
I have to figure out why nothing in here is piped.
Yeah, exactly, Andrew. Is it not? Like, that's such a clever way of doing it instead of the sorter method. The mod sorter is called Cargo Container
broke
Filters.
the conveyor
This one.
system
I've
in
only
my
got it on today, so
rover
it's not in any of my mod
when I was
lists. But
redoing
yeah,
everything.
really good.
Okay.
So I need to take it apart. To redo the conveyor system, basically.
You sorted, Tex?
We're just filling up.
Okay.
Just fill up these containers. As soon as we get them full up, I'm ready to hit the road.
Sounds good.
I'm surprised we didn't try to drive this back.
Yeah,
Like we
the amount
did
of weight that's in this.
We didn't actually have enough time, if I remember
True.
right.
Yeah, it's true.
We were at the end of the stream.
I quite like the idea of heading out to the wreck for resources.
Hmm.
Again, we've turned from Kerbal Space Program into Swiss Family Robinson, but on Mars.
Swiss Family Marbison.
That really didn't work.
No.
Mars Family Robinson.
There we go.
Dysfunctional family on Mars.
Still, we're almost down to one cargo container left at this point.
Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, we pretty much are.
Yeah, we just
If
got
we
it.
can
Well,
get
Sides and
Grids
for
take up a
everybody
lot of
on
space.
stream, the weather forecast today is not looking great. None of those guys have noticed it, but look at our wind speed right now.
Yeah, they do.
It's been
Yeah, I mean,
raising slowly
I've got a rover
for a
that's-
while.
I've got a rover that's got basically 225 grids in each cargo container, and it's full. So I'm basically carrying about maybe
It was 2
2,000
meters
at
a
best
second
on
when we
that
arrived.
thing.
It's now 7.5.
yeah.
So
Yep.
that's probably as much as I should try to carry on this sucker.
However, in apparent true Grand Tour Top Gear fashion, someone has decided to park themselves right in my way.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hang on. I need to leave, but only by doing that first.
Excuse me.
Come on. Why am I not moving? Well,
Just watch that part of the hill. It's a steep drop there.
Hey, this isn't so bad. You should see the one I went down earlier. Oh shit.
Fueling
Hey, this
base
isn't so
wind
bad. You
farm.
should see the one I went down earlier. Don't forget, if you've got a vehicle in that sort of variety, to adjust your suspension strength for the fact that everyone's now really heavy.
Yep. We're already working on that because it is indeed heavy.
I just have Betty screaming in my head, no fuel constantly.
same.
There you go. Low fuel.
Even though I have plenty of battery power, and occasionally a dip to 5 days.
This one's telling me right now I have 2 hours. Which I might because of the new batteries.
If I ease off of my accelerator
damn it,
and
some of
just
it's not
drift,
working.
it's telling me
Sorry, guys,
0
we'll
days,
have to do this
0
manually.
seconds.
You should.
But as soon as
My
I get back
scripting is
on,
not
it's,
great yet.
You know, multiple days.
That makes no sense.
Let's put it that
mine's
way.
on and I've got 3 hours and then I coast and it's 4 days.
Right,
It's
I put two
supposed to be
batteries on
increasing
back
and
there,
it's
so it
fucking
is
not.
recharging right now, but that's probably what's doing it.
We're northwest and bound.
Of course, I adjust it just as it
down
starts to get
and-
worse. Oh fuck! Now it's at
Trucking.
14 meters a second. That's
Come
quite a
on, you're
lot.
gonna go for that and not convoy?
Convoy.
Rubber deck. I've got a load of heavy parts coming in from the landing site. Any news about Papa Bear?
10-4, that's a negative, Big Bear.
Oh.
Oh, be aware. Apparently, there's a little bit of a fog bank ahead of us.
That set in suddenly.
Yeah, it did.
Look,
We were totally not calling attention to it. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna have to add more upward visual. Ooh, that's a good idea. Turn my lights on so you guys can see me.
I hate sand. It gets everywhere.
speaking of which, I have no idea where you guys are now.
Whatever you do, don't fall down. You don't want to
I
get
am
sand in your joints.
506. Oh God! Oh God!
Hmm.
I'm 12 kilometers away.
Oh.
And Tech sounds like you may need another pair of pants.
There's a boulder there.
You all right?
I don't know. I'm gonna go check.
I'm out here next to him.
Basically, my rear end just kicked up about 90 degrees in the air, and I thought I saw something drop off. So, oh, there is a big ass hole in the ground. Nice.
Oh, yeah, you lost a little bit of your front here.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
You know, it's not too bad though. Damage wise.
Time to go a little bit slower, I think.
It almost looks like there's boulders falling in the background. Or tumbleweeds.
Yeah, confirmed. Cannot steer at all through the drone cam.
No. So far, this ladder has not worked a single bit for me. Hey, it got dusty inside here all of a sudden. What the hell?
No, they haven't, but I have some ideas how to help the guy who scripted this out with that side of things, because ironically, that's one thing
Nice
I
try,
have
Mr.
started to
Boulder.
learn quite well myself, is how
Is there
to
anything valuable at least?
use raycasting and a bit of vector maths in order
I know I don't
to
have a working order detector on this at the
detect whether or
moment.
not something's inside. And also things like pressurization, etc.
Yeah,
You
neither do
could
I.
be using a quick check for
What about
pressurization.
Mr. Mining Craft? Iron. It's an iron boulder. Hooray.
Yeah.
Oh yes, 100% Storm Herald. My plan is to, what I'm trying to do at the moment, my grand plan is to combine
We're gonna move on?
the
Okay,
very
hold
good
on.
work that's going into this weather mod,
I can't see.
I've already moved on too, yeah.
which
have
is
no idea
fucking
where you were
incredible.
when you
If you could
crashed,
imagine
so-
this actually came in procedurally, I mean, look how cool this is.
I'm on the internet.
Combining that
I'm heading
with
towards the
a method
wind
to
farm
control
GPS,
Drago's
and I'm
aerodynamics
under
so that the wind
9.5 out.
will respond to the weather. And then on top of that, if you remember, I was working on the acid rain stuff for the alien planet.
Yeah, when
Well, there's no reason why a sandstorm can't be dealing damage as well,
That's
for
super
example. So I'm trying to tie like what I'm doing with my kind of atmospheric damage work together with the other two mods and get something where the
Glad I
weather
wasn't on landing
triggers
first when that
alongside
happened.
everything else. And of course, if I ever get it to work, I will be sharing it. But this is a learning process for me as much as it is anything else, because I'm not that familiar with scripting, so I'm learning as I go. That's the idea, Andrew. Yeah, well, maybe not realistic, but interesting from a gameplay perspective.
Worse, I'm reminded of the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Sandstorm. Sandstorm.
It's definitely time to go slowly.
Yeah,
I could do with some water as well. Don't we mind stopping for a second?
Yeah, you can come on in. It's a little ventilated now, so leave your face piece closed.
Fuel critical.
Or you open some holes?
Yeah, I got some holes in the front.
All
Windows
right.
missing.
Roger.
What? Problems?
The crash, that was all. I'd forgotten. Mr.
can't help
Boulder.
it.
Indeed. He had only been a little less bold.
I'm gonna hold up for hold up here for you guys.
I don't even have any girder to fix
I'm
it.
good. I might. No,
I
I'm
brought
clear.
back like
No, go to here.
300.
No good? Okay. Sorry. I can still do
There
it.
should be some on base.
Where are you guys even at
You
this
get water?
point?
I'm
Yeah,
serious.
I
What you
got
meant
water.
by
We're good.
You're good. Okay. Okay. There's also a lot of space fries.
No, I'm alright for food.
Like 1,000 plus or something.
But do you have any ketchup? Ooh, cobalt.
I have tomatoes. Does that count?
Oh, this is a cobalt rock.
And
Oh,
protein
stop,
shakes
stop, stop,
and
stop,
space
stop.
meal bars. Oh, really? Silicon boulder up ahead, too.
Like 3 feet away from you, you just disappear.
Did anybody mark this silicon?
We got silicon next to the base. It's
Oh,
just
do
a
we? Okay.
boulder in the end. There's cobalt there, and
Yeah, I'm marking it.
what is this? Phosphorus.
Yeah, fertilizer.
Yeah.
I think I just successfully navigated a hill. I don't know if it was a hill, but
Did you feel some weight in your belly as you went up and
No.
down it?
no, that's why I added the 2 batteries on the bottom to help spread the gravity a bit. But there was the texture of clearly a hillside, and definitely a feeling of gyro being way off on one side. But I think I made it. I'm not rolling.
We are heading back to the fuel base, right?
We're heading to A base.
Fueling base wind farm is
Wherever you can make safe harbor.
there is ice and nickel. We need either of those. I mean,
I'm
I
gonna
know
mark this.
ice is good.
Goodbye, friends. I should probably turn off.
I'm ahead of you now, spacebar. Just FYI.
Mm-hmm.
Probably turn off what?
Oh, this is getting me excited.
I can't see my hand in front of my face. I'm excited.
Yeah, now imagine if it was doing damage.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Like, depending on the severity of the storm.
If you can make the storms come and go, it sounds awesome. to be
I'm
honest.
pretty sure that's doable.
So like, oh, it's normally okay, and then, man, you better not get caught out in an acid storm, because
It's the same thing as the snowfall mod that's on the workshop, right?
Yeah, I believe it's a modified version of that.
Cool.
Jacaria is working on making it where it won't spawn the storm inside of the grids.
That would be perfect, because that was I was actually debating about using that at one point. It's the only reason I didn't use it, because it didn't work inside. Well, it did work inside, which is the problem.
Worked a little too well.
Yep.
more slipping. And another boulder.
Good.
In
Just passed by one on the right, so.
in
FYI.
theory, Big Ol', yeah.
Like having almost an EMP effect.
Just drastically reducing the effect of things like antenna range. Like, because I was just thinking to myself as well, the idea of setting this mod to just not allow antennas and GPS points. But having it based more on the storm side of things would be way more interesting. So when the storm kicks in, you lose sensor visibility as well.
Well, it should be
Yeah,
that.
except for that's the only thing we can use right now.
I know.
The other thing would also be cutting off stuff like solar panels too.
Yeah. Name, Spaceball?
Jacaria.
Jakiria, there we go. I need to try and remember that. Jakiria, who is the main author of this, with a bit of help from Climb, who's the main author of the weather side of this, is, as far as I'm aware, already working on that side of things. So I'm probably going to focus my efforts on the bit that ties the mods together, if I can. I already know I'm going to have to write some extra stuff to control the wind that doesn't exist in Drago's mod already. But in theory, I should be able to make something that works behind the scenes to basically do the randomization and have things like the wind increase alongside dust storms, for example. And also turn on and off and configure the damage settings for what I've been working on for the acid stuff. Because that's something that any mod can interact with the variables with. So, in theory, I should be able to make it so that, for example, when a dust storm comes in, it triggers a certain type of damage from that mod. For example, damage that's focused, in this case, from the side in some way. You know, simulating wind. Whereas on a different planet, you could roll with rain instead. Or even potentially, if you were to randomize it far enough apart, you could almost do lava eruption. Like, I know how to model the damage of lava eruption, I don't know how to make the visual. You know, that's not my side.
Yeah, you could probably do that with particle effects.
Mm-hmm.
No, Whisker. Text does not have a Twitch. It doesn't stream.
You just
I have
make
Twitch
streams
account,
better.
but I
Well, yeah.
out of it. No.
2.4 out. I mean, I'm managing to make about 14 meters a second, and even that's kind of a little on the risky side.
I've got to be honest, I've gone full risk mode. I'm doing 33.
Ooh.
I'm doing about 20, but I'm also watching you guys and close enough to face spacebar that the boulders are actually showing up with the ore detector.
Mm-hmm.
That
And that's
actually
one.
comes out in handy.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm risking going about 30 or so, because I got the boulder.
Let's go full Captain Shack. First person with the UI off. How many meters did it take for me to not be pointing the right direction anymore with the UI off so I can't see the actual direction? Because I bet you'll drift slowly offline.
Well, you're close enough that I'm picking up your boulder signals now. 2 kilometers off.
Wow, well, he said it's 250 meters. Oh, I've got my antenna though.
Yeah, that's why I'm seeing your signals at this point.
There's something at the base
Iron.
doing it, I think.
No, I just lost the iron signal. It says you guys are going past. Someone's got an antenna. It's relaying it.
I'm still picking up phosphorus at 1.4. Jeez.
Yeah, that's back here where I am. I'm marking these as I go, so I'm kind of lagging behind a bit.
Okay, so you're lagging behind. Roger that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I'm one out from the base at this point. The boulders are all behind me, where I was seeing the signals. How can I get to the base and not run into the base is the next
I
question.
think
So
I
are we
saw
still,
a boulder through the dust there.
Yeah, there's a silicon boulder right ahead.
Well, that was a steep hill.
So we're still going with our plan of potentially launching the barn
I don't know.
into orbit, making it into a station.
Honestly, if I have my way, yes, but that'll be a longer term project than we think.
I honestly just even returning to the Mars orbital station will be a fairly big milestone.
Yeah, I'd like to maybe get up there first with something really basic.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to move a ship over here.
Like
and refuel
learn
it.
how to deal with Mars escape, because we've done Earth escape, but we've never launched anything from here before. Alright, that's been long
I
enough.
thought we
How
did
far
take
off am
something
I?
back.
LOL!
Okay, so
Yeah,
you
guys are
have to
really
be like
close.
200 meters out to even see the base through this stuff. That's when I finally was able to see the... And I've got my spotlights jacked up to the maximum too. To even be able to
Oh,
see
wasn't
that.
that bad actually.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
All right, I'm back on the ice cap.
Oop, and that is definitely a boulder.
And watch out for the
Ooh, a
divots. when you
carbon
get into-
boulder.
Really?
Yep. For
Mhm.
the survival thing.
Nice one, Mac.
Okay,
Yes,
now I'm
yes, it
going
would be, technically. Oh, actually, with an asteroid on a planet in the mid... No, that's less so, because space engineers won't let you overlap planets like that. So you'd have to you'd have to script the gas giant as one giant visual effect rather than actually being a planet, so I don't think so, no. But you could do gas giants.
Launching the barn is not a problem. Getting it to stay in up and in one piece is the trick.
Right, somewhere over in front of me, and I like the fact that I don't actually have a GPS for it, is the base. I had one for the ice mine. No, don't give me one. I want to see what it's like to actually just try and find your way through the dust storm. How close do you get to see it?
Well, 200 meters is my, with a good spot, so it's gonna be interesting.
No, there you
where
go.
is
I
the-
can just about see it now. I don't know how. I'm 700 meters out, and I'm getting little bits of light through the fog occasionally. Enough to recognize that that would be a slightly unusual object. But yeah, 300 meters is the point at which it actually appears visibly. and not just as like little bits of light.
I've put on a rotating light too. There you are.
Fuel critical.
Strongly recommend lights on your vehicles for this sort of situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I've actually got mine set proper tail light,
man.
proper headlight.
Ooh, I
Well,
just
blue
turned mine
headlight in my
off
case.
and I couldn't see anything. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look how much of a different game this already feels like.
Mm-hmm.
And like, if this is done right, you could really create a. This is the sort of blooming survival challenges they should have been putting into Space Engineers, rather than some arbitrary thing on my UI that says hot or cold.
Yep.
It just makes it feel like more of a world.
Yeah.
You know, everything's not static and the same all the time. Suddenly you get something like this, and then, you know, maybe it clears up after a while. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the wind speed's been much higher than it would normally be as well.
Yeah, I noticed, but I didn't notice it was
yeah.
kind of picking up before it started.
We got up to like 15 meters a second at one point.
Yeah.
Big damage there.
The thing is, like, this isn't really that intensive graphically. Like, I don't notice any
No.
slowdown.
Critical.
So it's not like it's not possible for Keen to do it.
Like, when you
Right.
turn your suit lights off, wow.
Yeah, about 200 meters is when it starts popping in a little bit.
Mhm.
And that's with the base more or less fully lit by spotlights right now.
And that's, yeah, that's with the base fully lit by spotlights, and I'm 200 meters out with my suit lights off, and I'm barely getting glimpses of stuff.
Hey,
Oh, I found one of Spacebar's holes.
yep, I was gonna say, watch there.
Can you guide me in to where I can unload? I don't want to get too close, but I don't want to get too far away. Matter of fact, I'm just going to back up to it.
Hey, clean your windshield, mister.
Boy, it's got a lot of crap on it.
Got little blocks here and there, and I'm managing to get some. Got like,
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
whoa. Got a couple spot panes there that are down to 95%.
Okay, can you reach from there, maybe?
Hang on. Not from there, no.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get a
Can
conveyor
I get
tube
any
built up.
closer?
You'd have to turn to your right
Do a little
about
back
45 degrees.
filling. Yep. Okay. Oh, spacebar. You
Sorry, I didn't know you were moving.
right where I was about to turn. This thing does
Right there,
not
that's good.
turn well.
Or getting better.
I was just going to back all the way up to it. Okay, can I come straight back from here? Let me know when I need to turn back to the left.
To your left. Left. No, other direction, sorry.
Yep.
Stop. You're way off there. Turn to your left. That's your right.
I know. I'm
Okay.
straight. No, let me know when I'm
Nice
straight
one,
up.
Mark.
I can't even see at that point to tell you whether you're correct or not. Come to. That's all right. Yep, you're good. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There. And keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. There.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's more or less.
That wasn't
in-
nerve-wracking. I'd said this image of backing in too fast and just destroying the container.
Back. No, back.
The other back. Your left. Your other left.
Yeah, I will admit it is a little odd underground seeing this. But
Space Engineers, brought to you by modders.
Mm-hmm.
Stick this screenshot on the loading screen, Keen. Go on, I dare you.
See them feature that on their Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Look what the game can do. This could be as popular as your coming video.
Alright, I'm back in 1 second, guys. Just needs to deal with something. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Maybe the script's broken.
Uh-oh.
Now, why would you say that?
Because I'm an honest man. I might as well own up.
I like the brake idea, Farrell. I think I'm gonna add brake lights.
Yeah. I think we're going to need that in this sort of conditions. Otherwise, eventually someone's going to either see someone coming and going and not know which way to go, or need
like
to
running
figure out-
lights.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea, to be honest. Are we making any more tanks here? I'm just asking
Potentially.
because the old phrase of all of our eggs in one basket is coming to mind right now.
I mean, it hasn't been determined. You certainly could put them
I think we
elsewhere and
should.
all over the place.
Like potentially stuff that's below ground that can't potentially be run over and destroyed. If we're gonna have death storms like this, we should have below ground storage and facilities.
Well, just remember what that's going to do to the sim speed over time.
Yeah, theoretically, but I mean, we did a lot of silliness before we ever ran into that.
Yeah, I mean, well, it wasn't just us too. It was also a lot of divots from 20 million.
Yes.
Well,
About those divots, spacebar.
12 kilometer.
About those voxel deformations.
Spacebar no here.
Prepare for incoming slightly jarring changes. Also, yes, the storm does actually make wind generators work better. Because Drago coded that into his mod. So wind generators are based on wind, the storm raises the wind, therefore wind generators work better when it's storming. And ideally, I'll add a damage multiplier into my damage script that means that wind generators take extra damage during storms as well. Because that, in my mind, makes sense.
We might have just filled this entire thing. So,
yeah,
not
we're
that
pretty
additional
close.
storage.
Well, keep in mind, I've got a lot of stone in here that we should get refining too. From what I've been digging out down
Do we
here.
have a refinery?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Wasn't that bad. I mean, we can also just get rid of the stone too.
Well, I mean,
It's-
you're right. We're probably going to need it, but
Yeah, I mean,
we don't need it junking up our inventory right this second.
It's just all stone, literally from the from mining out this tunnel, which is surprisingly a lot.
Where's the tunnel?
Over where the ladder is, or not ladder, the stairs, tucked in the corner of the tank.
Okay.
So, yep, you go down
good.
there.
Nice.
Hey, you don't, yeah, you need to have your jetpack on for that. It's about.
Do we have a med bay?
Yes, there is one
No,
on the
a
large
proper
rover.
med bay.
No.
Okay, so I'm still stuck in my Christmas jumper.
Yep.
I suppose this is one of the downsides of being stuck on Mars. I can't change out my Christmas sweater because
Can't change
this is
it.
all we got.
Fuel
Okay, this is the
critical.
direction to the base then?
Yep. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna bring a tube up alongside the outside here, so we have a can put a connector on it up top. Have to.
What are you guys doing?
Well, we need a place to unload and load this thing, so I'm gonna run a tube up alongside the outside of the tank here, and that way we can stick a connector on it.
You not put the airlock script on the
Nope.
base yet?
Well, we didn't have any way of generating oxygen, so there wasn't really any point in
No, that's a fair reason not to put an airlock script on.
putting airlock scripts so that I had to
No,
mess with going through the doors.
no, that is a good enough reason as to why we would not want an airlock script. We're connected through the bottom of this, right?
Yeah.
Think so? I'm just now checking. Yep.
Yeah, we are connected fully.
Okay, so that means we can put an oxygen generator elsewhere and make that work. I was just wondering about putting a counter-rotating spinning rotor on the top to be able to connect it off to another grid, but thankfully that's not necessary, because that sounds like knack.
No, that definitely does.
Get the counter-rotation speed just right so that you can connect it up to a static grid. Yeah, I mean, it's doable, I'm sure,
Yeah,
but
and then somebody comes around and screws with the rotation settings.
somewhere down the line it's going wrong. Whether it's at the start or the end, it's going wrong.
Well, you know, this was our bright idea.
I think it's brilliant still. What are you talking about?
I'm not complaining. I'm
We can
just
put
saying
all sorts of science equipment on
we
top of
may
that.
pay the consequences eventually for
I mean,
this.
how much science have we actually got from Mars? I wonder.
I don't know. You'd have to check the scientific instruments on my rover, see what they've picked up.
But my point is, it's just your rover.
Yeah.
We actually haven't got much science from Mars in reality. He says,
Well, we know
playing the
that-
GM role.
We know there's a planet and then there's atmosphere. Problem solved.
Also, sometimes it gets a bit dusty.
And there's wind.
And sand.
It's a good wind
Yeah.
effect, to be fair.
Sand
This has
gets
all been
everywhere.
executed very, very well.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that stands out as slightly weird is just the cloud effects over the sun when it's visible. But
Yeah.
I think all that really is a glimpse behind the curtain of how exactly it's working.
Well, Space Engineer Sun is already a little bit of a janky thing, so
Our silo is full.
My
Yeah, we know.
silo's full.
yeah.
Should I build another one in the little holes I prepared ahead of time?
You would have to make sure it
Yes.
links on the base first. You have to build out from the base to it and then line it up. I would propose we, right now, just attach a second one next to our existing. But Mr. Farrell will have to be the arbiter of that decision, because he is the man that knows how hard that will be to connect up underneath.
Not that hard. I've already got a conveyor junction down there that's tapped into, so it'll be easy to expand this.
I have not seen down below, so I would not know.
Yep.
How do we get there?
The little corner of the tank.
We should probably put a door
Oh.
in, to be honest.
Right here.
Oh.
No, not that hole. But right here. Little gap. You know?
Oh.
Let's just put a door.
Yeah, well, that was a nice, quick, easy way to hide an actual hole going down, so.
Mr. Wasted is going to remember he's got no hydrogen before he goes down that particular hole.
Good idea, because I can't put a ladder in there, unfortunately.
Why?
Because that's actually part of the block for tank.
There you go.
What's wrong with my paint job, kitties?
Oh yeah, Fang is
What?
always present. Never you fear.
he's-
That's what we got in drones. I appreciate it,
Apparently.
dude.
He
Thank you very
doesn't
much.
like
Welcome
my,
back. How you doing?
My gunmetal and teal miner rover.
Fuel critical. Fuel critical.
That way.
These colors.
Actually, turn it. This way.
Oh, I'm gonna back up before that becomes a bigger hole and I fall in it.
I know what you're talking about. Never gonna happen. I would never accidentally excavate under your vehicle. That would be rude.
Okay, that's a big hole.
I'm fixing it.
Katie's, I have no idea what that is.
Don't trust Katie's. Tip number 1.
Oh, okay. Some postman pat type show.
Next, I'm gonna back your vehicle forward from the, what should I call it here?
Okay. Back my vehicle forward.
Yeah, pretty much.
Actually,
Sounds
David,
alright.
I think Climb's been
Look forward
working
a
on
bit.
it literally that. The ability to degrade, like visually degrade armor by
I just
shooting
need
it
to
or doing
get a
other
little
stuff.
bit of room to work. I'm gonna put in a cargo connector on a
So, okay.
setup.
A scripted way for something to remove or change colors on a block. And if, I mean, Armco community and just modders in general being what they are, so far my experience with folks has
Space
been they're
Station hasn't come
very,
here. That's a
very
huge hazard.
open to collaborating and helping and trying to make the mods better in
literally-
general. So hopefully we can work together on
Shit
that
over in the middle.
and have it as a
functionally.
visual representation of how blocks are taking damage as if the paint starts to scrap away.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, that's just bizarre. I had one of the, hey, I got a rainbow rifle. I had a signal pop out 400 meters away from the base and flew out to get to it, and just the act of doing that, which normally that's not a big deal. Doing that with this environment setup was very interesting.
Isn't it cool?
Very scary.
This is why we need something that isn't it fucking cool though? This is why we need something that limits like GPS abilities and antenna abilities and so on in the storms as well, so you can truly have that ability to get lost. I know it sounds like like I'm trying to engineer our demise, but honestly,
No,
that's
it's
because
cool.
that's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Yep. Yeah. Matter of fact, it sounds exactly what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to add in what I mean, you guys all know what SE has been missing all this time. Is like any competent player with any decent number of hours in Space Engineers
the game.
is not under any sort of threat. And the only threats that Space Engineers do offer, in the form of meteors, drone stuff, and spiders, etc.,
And
are
don't
all
forget-
rubbish unless enhanced by mods.
And don't forget your grids just automatically sometimes going away.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's their danger. This have some with a bit of inventiveness. You could come up with so much better danger. Like, for example, the fact that you could potentially get lost. Simple as that. You know.
Good news, everybody. I got some tofu out of that drone.
Oh, all right.
Well done. Right, do we need anything back at the base, or shall I be focusing on trying to build up our mining facility?
I think probably building up the mining facility would
Okay.
be.
At the very least, refining, because like I said, we got a lot of stone out here we could potentially be using. Just for some basic materials.
Again, I like the idea of a lot of our stuff here being outdoors. So perhaps we could set up ourselves a refinery bank somewhere. So I think it's really interesting as well, since they've, I mean, I don't think this will come as a surprise to a lot of people, but since they've stabilized Space Engineers' development, modding in Space Engineers has had a bit of a revival.
Without a doubt.
And as time passes, you start to see the more and more complex stuff resurface again. You know, it's not like some of this stuff hasn't been tried before and even been vaguely successful before, but then Space Engineers went into this weird development period where, you know, how many modders were driven off during that time?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I suppose in the end, we do have a better platform to work with. Again, what we're looking at here, as far as what's going on this planet, wouldn't have been possible with a version of Space Engineers 2 years ago.
No.
And to be fair, it's not even the dust storm that's the reason for that. It's more what we're doing with like this small grid here, for example, is in defiance of anything Space Engineers would have liked not that long ago. Teal, mate, there's not going to be a weapons patch. There is not going to be any sort of weapon patch for Space Engineers. It is too big a task. To balance weapons in Space Engineers are intrinsically ill thought through. And to balance it would require a complete rewrite of the entire weapon system. Like, ironically, some of the modders are doing at the moment. What's the name? Weapon Core, isn't it?
Weapon
Something
Core,
like that. Yeah. Didn't want to get it wrong, but yeah, like Weapon Core is trying to do at the moment, where it literally rewrites how the weapon calculations are done from the ground up. That's what it would take. And Space Engineers at this point, you know, part of the reason development has sort of stabilized and modders are able to do what they do is because Keen are in the we've released it now, we'll farm some cash out of it, but don't expect anything dramatic mode. So don't expect anything dramatic, especially not something as dramatic as a full weapon rewrite. That's only going to come from the passion of the community.
Or
Plus,
anything tied to the console.
Yeah, and they'd have to be very, very careful with how they would do weapons.
Well, without being too direct about it, the other problem with doing anything weapon-wise, you'll note that most of what's been changed since Space Engineers has been released has been tied up in DLC in some way or another. Mm-hmm. You know, while we've been getting free stuff, a lot of the free stuff has been alongside, like, okay, this comes as a byproduct of the fact we've worked on this DLC. And even to begin with, they handled it very poorly, where if you remember, you couldn't even use blocks if you didn't own the DLC. Mm-hmm. And they had to retract on that, and so I mean, you can't sell as a DLC the weapons mod to Space the weapons patch to Space Engineers that introduces these new weapons without the community arriving at KSH's doors with pitchforks and torches. You know, it can't be done, and honestly, I think that just kills any motivation they might have to try and do something that massive, because Marek's onto his next thing now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a comic. Oh, the rebel rousing has started.
I mean, the comic is being written by their previous PR person. Well, I don't know if he's previous yet, but yeah.
It's a comic, yeah.
Like, the only way they could do a weapons update and have it be monetized is if they had purely cosmetic variations.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Tex, you're now hooked up.
And I think even there's a bit of irony to be had, because I think even there they demonstrate the lack of confidence in their own product, despite evidence. Even if they did a full weapons rewrite and then sold weapon skins, I bet you they'd sell a shit ton of those weapon skins, because the community will buy them. They've proven that they actually quite like them. As much as I hate it, like, people are up for this stuff.
I don't like the what's the hack? There's one of the DLCs that only has skins in it and some suit skins. I don't mind that one. The economy update DLC, that one's okay because they don't introduce blocks that have new functions. That's what irks me the most about DLC is they've added these. I mean, they're not game-breaking or game-changing functions, but they've added these new functions to these blocks, and they're locked to modders. Like, as a modder, I can't use the functions as the ATM.
I knew that was the direction it was going as well. But it's an absolutely fair direction. It's just knowing Spacebar, I knew what angle he was going to go on this, and that's... Yeah, no, modders are not allowed, under the Steam Workshop rules, to unless they put a check in, just like Keen's check, to utilize any of the functions that these new blocks have, like for example that ATM block. So if you want to make a custom ATM block, you have to build in these limitations around it.
Yeah, this has to be tagged as DLC.
Like, it has to be there as DLC. You can't, which I mean, you can kind of understand why, but it's a fat limitation on modders. I mean, if nothing else, it means if as a modder you want to mod it, you've got to be buying those DLC.
Well, you don't have to.
Shush.
But no, I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. It's not the way I would have done it. Stop it.
Fair enough.
A gentle chastising from the spacebar.
Yep. Okay. The entrance to the Jeffrey tubes is now complete.
Jeffrey tubes.
Do you need anything from main base parts wise?
I don't think so. I mean, are we just gonna start moving all that stuff over here, or
Not
no?
necessarily. I'm just saying, like, right now, if we need anything from here, here's where I am. I think this place continues to grow our food, etc.
I love those doors. Holy crap.
Over there is our production quarters.
So I don't know why it's not giving me the center panel highlight.
Yeah, that's weird. There's a control panel down in the bottom corner, though.
Yeah, I knew that. I just
Okay.
Yeah, Chris, how
Sorry?
you could not have described it. The writing in that comic was pretty bad. Research on safe zones. Come on. I half expected the last page to be pirates, finally some PvE. Oh, that absolutely nails it. Sorry, we got to do this. If anybody, we're going to have a quick gap in the stream to go through the Space Engineers comic together. I apologise, guys, but I feel like this is necessary.
I haven't even read it because I don't want to subject myself to that.
You know, accept Space Engineers as cookies. Okay, so here we go. What is this? Are you in like 2008? Like, what is this rubbish? Anyway, going back to the
we need
The
large
comic.
steel tubes. Actually,
episode 1 entitled "Something Is Coming," with a suspiciously black-looking suit as the cover image. I will say, whoever did the actual artwork for this, thumbs up. They're pretty solid. I assume it's this Hamlet guy, because Bow at the top here, or Ball, or however you pronounce that, that's Jesse. That's their ex-PR guy. And I think everyone knows who Rosa is. But, actually, no, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. If you click on it, you get a nice PDF. Which, to be fair, is good, because the PDF is much higher quality. But again, this artwork is actually really nice. Something is coming. Jesse Ball, story. Michael Hammett, art, letters, cover. Marek Rosa, producer and lore.
what? Oh,
Okay.
lore. I thought you were saying law, like in
Nope.
like Judge Dredd or
Nope.
something.
The lore of
I
space
am the
engineers.
law.
And again, we immediately get an example of this Mr. Hamlet, or Mrs. Hamlet, or Miss Hamlet, or whichever one it is, showing that actually their art's really nice. Like that is, I'd love a print of something like that in my room. Look at that. That's cool as hell. Top secret research facility, Aristotle 322, Omega system. And we're introduced to our main characters. Dr. Hallas.
Oh, Linda and Flippy the chimp.
I can't begin to tell you what an honor it is to be your intern, Dr. Hallas. And Dr. Hallas is not up for this. If it were up to me, the candidate for the internship would have been chosen by computer analysis. Yes, she's stern.
What on earth are you?
Look
what?
at this. Have you not read the Space Engineers comic?
No,
Thanks,
I didn't
Fire.
even know this was a thing.
Okay, I should voice it for you.
No, that's okay. I'm there's only so much salt that one stream can stand.
Your father's rank in the Admiralty may have landed you this internship, Mr. Simmons. But I'm the one who decides if you pass or fail this program.
User is disconnected.
Be that as it may, you haven't screwed up yet, so don't start now. And then, let's check out this face. Oh yeah. That's a face. Give it a beard, it's Captain Shaq.
Shaq and
So,
comics
boys and
confirmed.
girls, welcome to the Omega system. Again, the guy who's actually doing the art and laying it out is pretty good. He knows what he's doing.
But wait a minute. These people actually have hair color, and they're not bearded. Wait, whoa, what's going on here?
That's in the lore.
Oh, okay.
You didn't read that? You didn't
Once
read that
upon
part?
a time, there were actually people who, had things other than faces that all were identical.
The Omega
talk.
system, it's
I'm
truly remarkable.
So sensing the salt level rising.
And to think we're right above it. Notice authorization accepted, retrieving safe zone protocol.
Unsealed.
Today we're concerned with this, which is... It looks like a safe zone, but I've never seen this type before. Correct. I've designed this new safe zone to scramble enemy scanners and... Click. Repel any attack launched by hostile forces.
It's so horrible.
Observe, and then she clicks and activate drones button. And attack drones deployed. Oh, I mean, again, the art's like really good. You can't complain about the art.
No,
It's okay.
certainly won't be doing that.
And then obviously our poor little recruit, he's never seen combat before, whereas Mom Hallas here, all good. And for the record, anyone who tells you they weren't scared during their first firefight is either an idiot or full of shit. We got all the classic lines. Then we have a little bit of a notice, and oh look, we got Clancola, no guys, and the black suit.
I wonder why they just added that into the game.
A gift from my mentor. He gave it to me after I completed my internship. I was recently just in what was then a recently discovered asteroid belt. Dark suit on the cover, no less.
I need
But I
a
think-
flagpole or something. Not to interrupt this riveting fiction,
Flagpole. Why don't you search for flagpole?
because I need something that I can make a pole that I can put a light on.
But we have a mod specifically for that. The Spacebar made for us.
We actually have a flagpole. Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
it's a better
Search for
one.
flagpole.
oh, okay. Well then, I thought
There's
you were being
even a-
facetious.
No, I was not being facetious. I was being literal there.
The base
And
is
being
a
British,
linear-
making it sound like I was being facetious because I can.
Well, that's because you're British.
It's small grid only text, but
Oh, well then that's useless to me. I was lied to.
Okay, so
can
now we've
specify.
got. You can stick on top. It's a landing gear.
yeah, the
Spacebar's
base is a
clever.
landing gear, and the pole itself is a battery.
So obviously we got a little casual reference here to miners, traders, and builders. No fighting people, of course. But then alert, enemy detected alert. Notice that even these are like the sounds you can get from the sound block in SE. It's cringy. What is it? We're about to find out if my safe zone really works, Mr. Simmons. What do you mean? We have space pirates closing in on our position.
I believe you mean spurts.
Yes, the spurts are coming, boys.
Funny, I don't remember any of the pirate ships.
Oh, hang on. Did they really? I didn't even notice that. It's the fucking DLC light.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
I just, I can't.
Now, do you remember I said I was going to return to something at the start? Let's go back right up to that first page. And we're going to have to zoom in a bit. Again, respect to
Art looks good.
Mr.
I
Hamlet,
mean,
or Mrs. Hamlet, or Miss Hamlet, or whatever, who is clearly worth their pay, because I can't imagine Marek's paying them much, but doing the good work. Right. Now, the important part here is if we zoom right hard into this top right-hand corner, this bit here.
Anybody else have? We need literally 28 large tubes to get this
I've
bridge
been
fished.
looking and I haven't found any.
Do we have anything that we could make it with?
Nope, because I don't believe we have refining up yet. Oh, that's much better.
If it's a free comic, do you make a point of saying it's a
that's
free
right.
comic on your cover?
Oh yeah, that's looking great.
Scaffolding.
Or
with
do you
the
put the
catwalk,
word free
that
on it
is-
so that later
I like
down the
that.
line you can scrub
And then a
this
little
out?
flashing light on top for low visibility situations.
Yeah, that works.
And put on something else, you know?
Nice. I like it, Farrell.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy with this.
You should be. It's very nice.
Actually, I think there's one more thing I might be able to do.
I feel like that guy in Independence Day. Does anybody have any large steel tubes? Do they have any missiles?
I don't know, guys. I'm just saying that, like, the artwork was good enough. They paid someone to do that. And Jesse, their ex-PR guy, who's now moving on to a new role at Keen
we
Software
are gonna
House,
be a refinery,
is
yeah.
moving on to a new role at Keen Software House, and we have this
And
cartoon.
the problem with that is we're
I
gonna
wouldn't
need
put it past
build a
them to
larger
decide that
refinery
their
if we
plan
do
is
steel
to
tubes.
try and sell the SE community
Mr. Space.
comic. What can I do for you?
You were asking before you went into your foray into Comic Genius
Comic Genius, yes indeed, that was
if there
Comic
was
Genius.
anything that we needed, and I happened to have identified a need. You
Okay.
could bring us some large steel tubes. That would be wonderful.
Energy critical.
Okay, it's not as bad as I thought. I was going through and it was like the first containers I found had 2 and 3. I was like, how does 5 sound to you? But no, we're all good. There's more.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you.
Hey, I don't know if for sure that's Keen's purpose behind the cartoon or the comic or whatever you want to call it, but I've got to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't. Mr. Marek wants to get as much as he can out of SE while he can.
But why
And-
comics?
And if you can sell the story separately, then why comics?
Well, it's not like you're exactly going to go out and rush to buy a Space Engineer's pizza cutter.
Easy and familiar art medium.
True.
In particular, that's frequently used for this sort of storytelling, unfortunately. And at the same time, gotta be honest, a lot of talented artists out there. Wouldn't cost you much on Fiverr.
No energy.
Oh no, that rover's been flipped over for ages, don't worry about it.
I will flip it over someday.
Your health is low.
No, Shad people will buy it. Perhaps only to begin with, and it'll die off just like a YouTube series does. But, no. People will buy it. We did outdo ourselves to make our own story, Clockwork, and it got absolutely no recognition from Keen whatsoever. It was called Group Survival. It went on for 2 seasons. I'm sure you remember it.
I've never heard of that.
Hmm.
What was that about? Sounds interesting.
And goddamn, this story better not feature an evil black suit.
It wouldn't be the first time they got inspired by something the community did.
And then blatantly took.
Oh my, is it salty again?
Mm.
Look at that, it's salt o'clock.
Look at that time, it's salt 30.
Look, you've got to understand, we have done good for a lot of streams. We have been well behaved, we have not salted too hard, and sometimes it just overflows.
I know. Sometimes the salt must flow. Did you do half blocks on top of this to keep them from coming through, or no? On top of the conveyors, or can I go full blocks?
There's half blocks, and then there's a full block underneath it. And
I
then
know, but
you'll,
like-
and then that's what's above the actual conveyor.
So
down there.
I'm just saying, if I go full blocks here, am I going to pop out?
No. You're perfectly safe there.
No, Tiberius, Keen aren't evil. They
Right, that
are
point, you're-
frequently misdirected,
That full
and
block
everyone is always
2 blocks
frustrated at
from
how
your entrance, and, yeah,
they
2 blocks
have
basically from being
not
visible
got
from
the
outside.
greatest
Well,
potential out of the
pretty
game
rough.
they had in their hands. And it's only really been the success of the modding features that, thankfully, I mean, you've got to remember that Keen did support that, and it was Keen that chose to integrate modding so tightly into the game. But it is the modding features that have kept it alive.
That was me.
And so it's a frustration point that it could always have been better. And even more so now when they're starting to ask the community for money again. In the form of DLCs, and I mean, what we were talking about there is potentially this new comic that I suspect they might try selling to begin with. It doesn't feel like that money's necessarily going to go towards the development of the title. And that's purely based on their past history. You know, if you look at what Marek was doing during the period of Space Engineers development, he funded the creation of an AI company that has a staff that is 3 times the size of Space Engineers staff has ever been, and at the same time travelled around the world giving conferences and speaking at places and so on. You know, there is no question where that cash came from. And, you know, it's fair enough, you can do what you want with it. But when you combine that with this disappointment that the game feels like it never really hit its pinnacle, then you start to think, well, could it have done better? Could it have been managed better? And how much of this is because the guy at the top of the chain had other things on his mind and was too busy worrying about his next project.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah, as Cades is saying, Marek has a
myself.
history of this as well.
Which I kind of did.
The game before Space Engineers was a game called Minor Wars, and Space Engineers V-Rage, the engine that Space Engineers is based off, was born
Speaking
in
of
Minor
group
Wars.
survival,
Minor
all of a
Wars
sudden
never
this
finished. It
cool
was never
tunnel
finished
has a
development.
group
They never
survival
actually
vibe
achieved
to it.
proper development. Even though they released 3 different versions of it onto Steam, none of them achieved the original definition of what they wanted from the game. And if you look at them up now, they're all got very poor ratings. But those games were sort of semi-developed, then ditched, and then moved on to Space Engineers. And it feels like
Oh,
kind of
that
the same is
sunrise
happening again. But this time
yeah.
he's not doing another
That's
game.
cool.
He's doing
Yeah, I
a
saw
different
that, look it
project
up.
entirely, which is good AI, and what is now good AI
Horizon
that
and
is
everything.
4 different companies. Like, that side is big. I really don't want to sound like I'm being personally critical, because this is not about judging it on a personal basis. I don't know Marek personally. I don't know any of these guys personally, except for perhaps Thomas Shinichka, who no longer works for them. But from an outside perspective, and from what I know, like from a management's perspective,
That's the
the focus seems to be
slant
in the wrong place, and you
Does
can
that
tell.
make sense?
He's muted for us. I didn't know if he's talking to you guys. Sorry.
I don't know why people are saying media space, to be honest. I was busy ranting. I was just sparing you guys the...
Oh, you don't have to spare us the rant.
Well, actually, I wasn't ranting. To be fair, I was putting forward the objective opinion on why people are frustrated about Space Engineers. Despite the fact that, you know, I've got 4,244 hours in it.
Cool sunrise.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is what honestly brings me back to the game, is all these cool mods like this that really just sort of expand what is basically a framework.
Well, and that was one of the points I made. It's like, King did choose to invest heavily in the modding side of things and supporting the modding side of things, and that wasn't, you know, it wasn't a decision they had to make, but it was a decision that definitely ensured their long-term survival as far as the game was concerned. As far
Oh
as
yeah. If they hadn't, we wouldn't be playing this game,
No.
and we wouldn't be talking about
no,
it.
even Mr. Vanilla Only Wasted Space, who managed to stick with that for like 2 years, now could not play the game without mods unless it's specifically because, hey, let's go and do the vanilla thing. Won't that be refreshing?
Yeah, for about 5 minutes.
For about 5 minutes, and then you get fed up. Yeah. Yeah, that needs to be worked on. That's a bit too dramatic still.
Storm is lifted.
Am I able to transfer through this?
Yeah, you should be able to.
I'm not able to pull out of the rover.
Fall through that one. This one's not wired in yet.
Oh,
We need to go down to, yeah, this one's not cabled in at all. We've got to go back down to the underneath it and
okay.
cable it up.
Well, you should come down anyway and check out what I've been working on.
Hang on a sec, let me empty out the inventory first here. By means of the quickest and easiest way to do it in Space Engineer is welding something up.
That was a very clever mod that's being worked on Galadas
An
by
underground passage to a base.
Climb and...
Crazy.
Yeah.
Oh,
very
why
nice.
is my brain always blanking at this?
Like?
Garakira? Something like that. Ah. I fail.
How could I be missing?
Spacebar. The name.
Dacaria.
Thank you. Dacaria, come on, Wasted. Get it in your thick skull. You can do this.
He goes by something else on the Keen Discord. It's like literally, I think his username is something imaginative.
Oh, hey,
His
Drago.
Steam
How
profile
do?
is Jacaria or Jacarian.
If possible, sir, I would love a brief
How
chat
could I
with
be
you at some
missing
point.
One still two when I just
I
ground
would,
that block down.
Very much like permission
Makes no
to
sense.
attempt to write a wrapper script that sends commands through to what you've created without interfering with anything you've done or using any of your code, of course, but sends commands through to the same mod storage component to adjust the weather on the fly, trying to add a bit of an RNG sort of element to it.
Hooray!
I want to make the
Now I
wind
can
vary
load the rover.
based upon a command I'm sending to another mod, basically. All right, cool. Sounds cool, man. Appreciate it.
Yoink.
Yoink.
Mm-hmm. I was pulling stuff out as you were dragging it into there. Because I'm building up another... I don't have it connected up yet, but I'm
What
building up
is
another
happening with this
docking
piston?
point.
Ah, docking point. Roger.
Nice. Go right ahead.
Was just thinking that piston shenanigans over there. But now I understand. Roger.
Mm-hmm.
Where's my mine? There it is. Hang on. Yep, we're good.
Speaking of mines, I should probably make this useful as a miner.
A mine, you call it.
Keep an eye out on your vehicles, by the way. Wind's still pretty high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Texas rover has been bouncing around a little bit, and it looks like mine's gotten slightly shifted from once I last parked. For that matter, if I undo the handbrake, I'm already going backwards a bit.
Chris, I'm interested in Starbase, but I'm a skeptical man in that any game that comes up with that few developers that promises to do as much as it does. I mean, they use the words unprecedented scope in their description. That to me is just
that's
like,
a warning sign.
oh dear.
Well,
Feature creep.
the problem with Starbase is it's going to be online only, and no private servers and no creative mode. And you have to play on their servers.
Okay, so do they have a subscription model?
I've not heard anything about that yet.
Okay, so I can tell you now, if they don't have a subscription model, that's already failed. GG, well
Yeah.
done, bye.
Yeah, they kind of caved in to the hardcore PvPers and removed creative mode because people are whining about min-maxing builds
Okay.
offline.
I'm already a lot less interested now.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I've got to be honest. As soon as you say they were worried about the PvPers, I'm just
Not
like,
interested.
okay, yeah, you're gonna try and achieve balance, are you, in your sandbox game? Well done for not understanding how a sandbox game works.
At least that's the last I heard, and I mean that's not really changed in a while. So
Exactly, Drago. That's my thing. Like, and I know this will sound weird, especially in this day and age, but as soon as I hear someone say that they're going to do some sort of persistent online setup where they are responsible for managing all the servers, it's basically, is it a subscription model? If it's not a subscription model, you've failed already. because it's going to be some broken as hell free-to-play model. Because that's the route every developer ends up having to go, because they all have these grand dreams of how their game's going to be as successful as they could possibly hope, and they can get away with just relying on like
new purchases,
and I don't know, some kind of imaginary money. I still don't quite understand how they justify it, to be honest. And it always devolves into the same thing, and it takes like a really impressive game to break away from that. And you know, you can say that to the extent that even like Warframe, which would probably be held up, I think, as one of the best examples of how to monetize a free-to-play MMO, still has its problems. It's a good way. It's probably the best of the implementations, but it's got a lot of problems, and a lot of how it's developed and how the decisions are made are motivated by the fact that it's a free-to-play game and they want to find a way of monetizing it consistently.
Oh man, I'm really digging this area.
Literally?
Me too.
No, I mean not. I mean literally, yes, but not.
No,
I was
no.
actually not.
I
making
was
a
literally.
joke at that.
Yeah, storms build up from light to medium to heavy, and then slowly clear off. At the moment, as I said, some bits of it's clearly not working, because while it kicked in to raise the wind up to a certain point, then it stopped doing anything as far as I could tell outside of kicking the actual storm effect off. So, yeah. And even that's done in the crudest possible way at the moment, so...
It was cool. I mean, it's sure you've got a long way to go with it, maybe, but
Well, I mean,
oh, it's nice having weather.
the weather itself is nothing to do with me as well, as I said. You know, what I'm doing is just trying to make a way of having it apply alongside other mods. The mod itself is nothing to do with me. The only thing I've been doing is wasn't credit
for it.
Well, what I'm doing is ensuring that I get as limited credit as possible for it, because I do not deserve anything more than that.
Well, we all stand upon the shoulders of giants. And by giants, I mean the modders who make this game fun.
I'm more going from the angle of we all get there somewhere, and I'm still learning. In this case, some epic modders have made some good stuff. I'm hoping soon I can help contribute.
Well, I'm excited for you that you're sticking your hand in modding. I think you'll find it frustrating and probably satisfying in equal amounts.
But I got to be clear. What I'm sticking my hand in it is scripting rather than modding.
Oh, that's still modding.
It's still modding, but I'm just trying to highlight that I'm limiting myself specifically to that area. You know, there's not going to be a new model from Wasted Space. No. We got spacebar for that.
You'll add it to the list.
It's just clearly way better than me. Same with Clockwork, like all these other guys. It feels like on the scripting side of things, there is still some room to be useful.
Well, it's just like how there was that script for the future position thing, and I said, okay, well, there's a way to automate that to make it work better. It's like, oh, well, I found out there was a way to script it with another mod. Some neat stuff you can do when you start getting into that.
Scripting is something I've not gotten into yet. Just because I don't really know programming. I know enough to edit scripts I need to use. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm in the process of going from that sort of level to the point where I understand sort of how a script is properly structured, because that seems to be my biggest barrier now. Is I understand a lot of the individual functions, but overall structure is getting in the way, especially when it's combining it with other mods, because obviously you run into conflicts as well. Technically, I learned programming at university, except their idea of what it would be a good idea to learn programming wise was we learned Pascal and Java.
And you know what? I'm sure there's some people that's really useful for.
Pascal? No.
Like the people that maintain a death hold upon these legacy systems that nobody else knows how to program anymore because nobody knows Pascal. And they have a job
and
as long as they want to be there.
you have a job up until you do the thing that they want them to do, and then your job goes away because they don't need you anymore. Because you've just fixed it and it'll work for the next million years, or
That's
until
where you don't
next
fix
5K
it,
bug.
and then you leave enough bugs to where they still need to have you.
I think that probably also kind of positions or dates me quite nicely as far as when exactly it was that I was studying this stuff at university. There was a certain period where universities hadn't quite figured it out yet.
Oh, the world is going to need, it was COBOL programmers for me. Oh, they're going to need all the COBOL programmers in the world
exactly.
for
There was this period where they just hadn't quite got it yet as far as the courses were concerned. And so you learnt some bizarre shit.
There is so many fields though where their idea of preparing you for the future is preparing you for the past. Because frankly, their crystal balls are a little hazy.
Well,
And
I mean,
hindsight is 2020.
I don't know about in the US, but certainly in the UK, where a lot of these systems, these places are very institutionalized. They're very slow to react as well. So it's sort of the same thing, but compounded a little bit, because they're also at the back end of the curve as far as reacting to anything. No, I'm with you there, Ruthen. I'm fine not dealing with any form of assembly. I'm good not going that deep. Thanks.
Assembly language, yep.
Yep.
Little Fortran. Why can I not find the door? There's the door.
Yeah, same with me, Ilsiv man. I've got a aunt and uncle that were computer techs when computer techs meant you knew how to program a punch card, and later down the line working with early magnetic discs where they were record sized, etc. And it's kind of interesting talking to them and kind of frustrating at the same time. In my experience, most of the people that were into technology at that point have really struggled to keep up. In a sort of, I sort of understand it and also still feel like I've got the obligation to tell you what to do. I know better because,
Back in my day.
back in my day, I was programming the things back before you knew. Will he ever get to the alien world? Hopefully not before I've got the script on that end working like I like it. Because right now, if we were to get there, it would work, but it would not be great.
What's the airline?
So what are you guys doing?
One called again.
Other
Airlock
than
control?
making... I like it.
Whips auto door and airlock script.
Yep.
I'm just working on getting a path out to the other docking area built, and so I can get the conveyors in. Which is, side effect, giving us lots of stone and ice. Well, not a lot of ice, but a little bit.
And then for the airlocks, we need a light, right? It does not affect. Okay, so you don't have.
I like how it still says I have no fuel, even though when I tried to move anywhere, it says I have 13 days.
Yeah, solar panels. Congratulations. Right. Who wants to come with me and help me
That's right, I do
set up
have
the
solar
mining?
panels on mine. Forgot about that.
Because while the scribbling is great.
I'm functionalizing. I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ditto here, because being able to unload only one rover at once.
No,
is,
no, indeed. Yeah, we're definitely at the point where... Alright. Can't process any of these parts yet, but... Roger that, we need double unloading systems.
Well, I'm just trying to make a drill arm, but so I could come help. I'm replacing my original drill arm with one that'll like extend out and fold up and all that fun stuff.
Oh, spacebar.
That way lies madness.
We're also
There's very few
getting
points
close
where
to that
spacebar
time.
ends up on screen where he is not. 24 minutes, as far as like 23. I'm watching, Mr. Texfire.
Okay.
There's very few points where that face shows up on stream where it's not quite amusing.
So where are we going?
We're going to the mine
The mine.
to work out how we're going to make the mine work. And maybe... No, we need... No, sorry, I take it back, Spacebar. We need to work out how to get assembly onto this place.
What if... You know that production module that we kind of slapped on the side? Is there any way we could cut that off and bring it here? Since the base already had production stuff. Or should we just build new stuff?
Evidently, new stuff is the only option. New hotness. No old and bust.
Okay. I am unloaded. So what should we do with the remainder of this time?
I'm
going to pull
using
away from the loading
Spacebar's
dock.
little holes to
Yeah.
begin an assembly location.
Okay.
Assemblers, etc.
Okay.
Using
And we're
Farrell's
going to-
trick of how to place the half blocks underground, which is really neat. I like that.
Yeah, I'm glad that was pointed out because that's working very well.
What trick is this?
Well, to be fair, that was half you and me. To be fair, I said use grid line, and then you were like, and that means we can put the half blocks underground. Yeah. So the trick is that this grid here, Tex, is connected to the one over here,
Yep.
using half blocks underground, which
'Cause
you
you can
place
place them-
using the grid line mode instead of trying to connect onto the block.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Yeah,
know
and-
that I know the grid line mode.
Press B until you get grid line when you got a blog out.
It's annoying because it'll keep snapping
local
back
grid
out of
line?
it, but
Yeah.
Okay.
And you'll see how you can place it away from stuff, etc., and it'll still be snapped to the grid.
Ah, nice.
And so that way you can place stuff that you can't see underground.
Oh, very nice. Okay.
I'm pretty sure there is an offset block under there, but I'm not going to be able to delete it now. I did fill in the gap that it left, but I think you're right. I did fuck up one of the blocks.
That's why underground for the main link over here, I was like, you weren't sure if you could actually go above, and it's like, yep, you got plenty of room because I was placing underneath the block that I'd placed underground already.
There it is.
Speaking
So
of which,
there's
Wade,
one
have
extra
you-
block than there should be, but meh.
Did you get a chance to look at this tunnel system?
I did, yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I've been down.
Okay.
So yeah, I think over here is our production zone. Got
Okay,
this hooked up
so
here. We could do.
assemblers or
We're gonna need to stretch the tunnels, obviously.
So I should get drilling then.
Well, if
I can work my way.
someone's been doing a very good job with those drilling straight lines. Whoever dug that tunnel should do it again.
back.
'Cause-
That was feral.
'cause that's better than I've managed
widened
to
it
do
a
it.
little bit, but
The trick to it is when I was going down it, I was placing blocks actually above my head.
Yeah,
using that as a drilling guide.
in this case, you've already got guide blocks above your head, so if you get underneath it, you should be able to follow them.
Well, no, I was
need
actually
to go down right here. Or...
I was another block below that because I didn't want to be close up to the surface.
that
That
makes
digging
sense.
along caused the
To cause the voxels to die, so you were a block further down. Yeah, that makes sense.
It still shows up as voxel deformation if you zoom out far enough from LOD, but
So did you already put half blocks down this entire?
Yeah,
length?
there's already half blocks there,
Okay.
and
I'll
what Farrell's
come in
saying is
I'll go
going
from
in,
underneath. Then
is
I'll just
going
follow
in
them.
an extra block lower down
Yep.
than that, so
I
add
can do
another large block distance below it.
I have to assume we have some sort of resource processing going because I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I've got a
Stone
survival
backing
kit on
up.
my rover. I think it
sweet.
took all of the stone that you had
Yeah, there was a
And-
good amount of stone brought back.
and has been working on turning it into things.
Cool.
Because
At least we have
I
something
see
going.
ingots in the inventory too. Okay, so this block that you attached to Farrell, is that the center block? Okay.
The center block. Where?
Underneath. There's a conveyor junction right here that you have jumped up and
Yeah.
connected to. That's
Yeah, that's the one that was
rotor's
already on the
right?
base.
Okay.
Mhm. I wasn't about ready to detach that because I figured that's probably got the rotor hooked up to it.
Yeah, no, it is.
I don't really feel like having the spinny thing suddenly go spinning and then whirling away on its side through the countryside.
Why can't I add this conveyor junction to my build planner? The fuck?
I don't know. I don't use the build planner. Except for when something accidentally gets added.
Bad.
What? I don't like it.
Bad to the face.
I don't like it.
Neither do I.
The mod was better.
I'm kind of with him on that one. I'm sure that if I was splitsy and I actually knew how to,
I know how
bothered
to
to
use
take
it now
time
as
to
well,
learn how to
but
use it?
no, I won't argue with you. The mod was still better.
Yep.
It's by a smaller margin than I thought, but the mod was still better.
I mean, it almost is there. It's just canified.
Yeah, it was close. I mean, to be fair, in this case, like the build planner is a legitimately decent thing to have added into the game, and it does mostly work. But yeah, man, it would have been nice if it properly worked. Yeah, clear Q hotkey is the main one that's missing.
Well, that and I'm going to right click to put everything in. Oh, and you've just removed the modded stuff I kind of depend on in my inventory right now. That's not helpful.
yeah.
Ow.
Look, Mike, how about this? If Shaq doesn't finish it, I'll nab the save from him and make sure we do.
Finish what?
The pirate
Oh,
airship.
Sunday.
You remember how much of a pirate airship we built?
Yep. No, I'm with you.
Alright, someone's digging the underground here, right?
Yep.
Cool.
All right, there we go. Now you got a more convenient recharge point
There you go.
instead of running in and outside constantly.
Thanks, sir. Much
That poor
appreciated.
door.
Yeah, I kind of stopped working on that steam engine because he wasn't really doing much of that stream. Okay, so what do you want me to do?
We're building this place up for refineries and assemblers. So,
Are we going large grid or small grid?
large.
Large.
Large and in charge.
God damn it. Where's it gone? I'm confused by my bars, spacebar. Someone's stolen my blocks. It's probably me.
Probably.
How far until I'm where you guys are working? Can you see me? Okay, about 35 meters.
Yeah. Well, hang on. We get in position. You're about 50-ish.
Send the man a Gupasa.
Oh God, that went. Barrel,
Thanks,
you have
what?
to take over here.
What?
It's not looking nice and neat.
Where are you guys? Oh, down here. Okay.
Thanks,
I'm
what?
underneath. What?
There's a GPS of the exact end of the tunnel you're heading for. Your line is good so far by the looks of things. But that is, I've carved out a hole already underneath the bit you need to connect
so I
onto.
just need to connect to
So
it.
you
All right.
just need to get down there, and then there's already room to place that conveyor.
We are out of
Everything.
motors and interior plates.
All I can see is, hey, it's here, 19.54 kilometers. Can I turn
Well,
that
that's yeah, that's the wreck. That's definitely not the.
End of tunnel.
off? Yeah, don't see it.
No?
Should be able to queue up some more of that because Texas survival kit is on the
Energy
grid. Motors and whatnot, stuff that we're missing.
And I think we're out of small steel tubes.
End of tunnel.
No, we can't possibly be out of small steel tubes.
Or did I just not grab enough? I may not grab enough. Let's see.
Yeah, we've got over 3,000 in at least one of the cargo containers. We got plenty of those.
Wow, yes.
If we run out of those, we're in serious trouble.
Queue up a couple hundred motors. And a couple hundred steel or interior plates. Oh, we already have an assembler on the on the grid. Where is it?
Rover.
Oh, you're over? Okay.
Yeah, it's got a small grid one. It's not very efficient. Why am I all of a sudden out of, oh, because I'm out of energy.
Wow, I'll say it's not very efficient.
What's not very efficient?
That small grid assembler.
No. No. It's not intended to be.
Yeah. Well, there's 200 motors and 200 interior plates queued up.
You could almost say it's like a basic assembler.
There's also a completed refinery.
Yep, that's been churning around the stone, it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, man. Good to the flea bass is awesome.
Construction components are the problem, though.
Oh, there's 381 interior plates. I'll take that.
That's about all I can say, so as not to spoil it to anyone else, but what we're referring to is Ian M. Banks, and he is an author you should definitely read if you get the opportunity to, and consider flea bass, spelt with a PH on the flea bass,
Nice.
is
Nailed it.
definitely a good option. Nice arrival. Hey, a text fire. Hello. Not bad. Oop,
What was that?
that was a text fire.
That was me.
Oh.
Mining.
Did we have any motors back at the other base? Probably
Turning
not.
out quite a few right now.
Oh. Good grief.
I'm actually waiting on construction components because
Yeah, he's a little bit
right now.
esoteric in that respect, Cades. In that, like, in amongst all of the seriousness, you will get these kind of Adams moments. That you're like, he manages to make it fit, but it's not what you'd expect from the story style. But yes, the way he describes stuff at times will make you proper chuckle. I mean, if you want one that will really make you chuckle, it's the one with the multi-layered core world. What's it called? Come on, Wesley, you should know this. Or maybe some other Ian Banks fan in chat knows this. No, it's not Accession. It's a later one than that. It involves the special circumstances observing one of the very, very ancient worlds that exists with many, many planes within it. That should be enough to say which book it is without spoiling it, I think. My brain's gone totally blank. Succession's my favourite book, don't get me wrong, but it's not this one. Does it matter, maybe? Don't know. Yeah, NWL.
All right, we got enough parts to make all these conveyors.
Why things look to windward? Could be, yeah. Could be.
We don't have motors. I've got a bunch queued up, but
Like some of it
Take some
follows a very
time.
archaic civilization on a planet that's being observed by
you just need some
special
construction.
circumstances. But when I say planet, it's a planet where there's like ancient technology. They don't probably understand it. There's multiple levels to it. In each level, there's a different biome, and those biomes contain different races of very varying levels of technology. I'm pretty sure it's matter. 1 second. This is gonna bug me now.
Oh, I like these tunnels.
Yeah, I'm digging them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's totally not what we were talking about doing, but
Okay, more
they're
difficult
coming
than I
out very
expected.
nice.
I mean, we were talking about just making a fueling station so we could make it to the alien planet.
Well, now we're.
I
getting
suspect, Texfire, that will not be a one-off trip. Suspect that will, much like... Imagine we're setting up KSC
space.
here,
KSE.
but
That's-
we're doing it on Mars and in survival, because I suspect that's what's going to be needed to make that journey too. Yeah, we're out of parts now, I think.
Yeah, I was debating on taking one of the lighter rovers and go back to main base. See
If
what
we can
was
get the
there.
assemblers and stuff up and running, then we
Well,
can
they-
start
we've got-
disassembling parts, etc.
All right. I
Have
see
you got
what
your
mean now.
set? Have you got the cargo linked up? Ah, right. If I can help with this, that will.
No, we're
Expedite.
still producing stuff. Like right now, we've got construction components being made.
yeah, we've got a small assembler and refinery.
The point is, if we get this hooked up, we've got a large refinery already made.
Yep.
So if we can get this done, that would be a nice position to be in.
Let me go run back to main base and check and see what we got.
Roger that. Although, actually, fact, don't, because we're kind of hitting up on endpoint.
Oh,
And you should probably empty your cargo out of there, regardless.
yeah, good point.
Only got a couple of minutes left.
Well, I feel like we made significant progress.
Mm-hmm.
We have a survival kit, but I'd like to think that we don't use it as best as possible, to be honest. I know I'm dying from stress, in inverted commas. I think end of stream demands some weather.
That's gonna make for a rather awkward thumbnail.
That depends on the weather, surely.
Well, we know that there are a bunch of space engineers here. We can't see them, but we know they're here somewhere. Thus demonstrates the value of not being seen.
Oh God! Why is it raining in the tunnel? Somebody break a pipe.
Yeah, all right. Who broke the steam pipe?
Oh, why is it playing that horrible sound?
Yeah, by far of all the effects, the sandstorm is the best, unfortunately. The other one you've got is nope, not that.
Is that playing static for anybody else, or is it just messed up on my
Yeah,
end?
no, it's
No, that's static.
Okay.
No, that's rain.
That is not rain. I don't know what kind of rain you're getting down there in Texas, but that is not rain.
That is not any rain that we get in Texas. That
And sorry, I hopped in the shower.
Oh man.
Oh, that's a foggy day there.
Oh, it's
The
snowing.
fog's cool. The snow. I
Yeah,
mean, the snow kind of works, but
I mean, it's we can just pretend that it's carbon dioxide snow.
Yeah, it was a little wonky when I tried it on the relaxing survival world.
Look at that! Look at that!
It was more like
carbon
volcanic
dioxide
ash.
Snow. Yep. All right.
yeah, I think the only issue is it needs to be heavier. There's just
Yeah.
not enough of it. The actual movement of it's not too bad, to be fair.
It could be volcanic ash. Yeah, you're totally right.
The best, however, has to be the sandstorm. Oh. If Wasted can remember how to use it, which he can't. So there you go.
It'd be cool if if you could control the temperature too, like when the heavy snowstorm hits, the wind starts dropping, or the temp starts dropping.
In theory, it should be doable. None of that's too difficult, to be fair.
It's snowing underground.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Wasted. Did you know that there was a weak ore detector on your rover?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I forgot I put those on there.
Well, it's been fun, boys. Mm-hmm. I can certainly see some future potential for this. I mean, if nothing else, you come back out to this distance now with the ice on the floor, and this looks like we're on some polar ice cap instead of on Mars.
Yep. Ice Station Zebra.
Let's get out of the tunnels.
Over. You can make it.
Mole people. Mole people. It doesn't have the same ring to it.
No.
Not
it doesn't.
quite.
Thank you for trying. Though.
Thank you for joining us, guys, tonight. Especially Mr. Farrell, Mr. Spacebar, Mr. Textfire. It's always a pleasure. Don't forget you can go and check out, in particular, you can sort of check out Textfire, but Farrell and Spacebar down in the description below. And also, I stream on Twitch, like, all the time.
They put out.
You should come and join the crowd, people.
Indeed.
I'm only just realizing that I was joking about the Great Escape earlier, but I'm still wearing the prison suit. I wonder I'm digging rocks.
Don't move. Thank you.
Look, I'm in Texas. I'm not used to snow. It's snowing. It's snowing.
Been fun, guys.
More.
Thank you all for joining us. And I will catch you tomorrow on Twitch for some sort of shenanigans. Probably Stompy related.
Not
Sorry,
everybody.
Tex.
Thanks for coming.